Okay, folks, let's get underway. Before we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, let's do our usual reminder about the microphones. Okay, let us start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the order for this evening is up on the overhead. You will notice that we do not have public comment immediately. The reason for that is we're about to have a public hearing where you get to tell us everything you like for as long as you like. And so we figured it made more sense to hold it to that point in time. We're going to have a bit of our own business first, put some affairs in order. We will then begin the public hearing, which will continue for as long as it needs to continue to hear from all who wish to speak. During the public hearing, I will ask that the committee members hold their questions and comments for afterwards, because this is a chance for the public to speak its fill, and we'll have an opportunity to continue afterwards. We will then segue back into our budget committee meeting. We will talk about and vote on the moneyed warrant articles. We will continue our work on the operating budget and conclude when we have reached resolution. So that is our goal for tonight. So I've gone almost this far without pontificating, but I need to do it at least once. So I have a bit to do in the way of introductions tonight of a few things that I want to share. A little of this is repeat for those of you who've been following our meetings, but I think that the context is important and there is enough new stuff in there that makes it important to add in as well. So the first point that I think is important to make is about the Budget Committee itself. The Budget Committee was created by the voters of Merrimack relatively recently, in 2006. Before that, the town and school district shared a budget committee. When the town made a change to its budgeting structure, the residents of Merrimack voted to create for the school budget, the school district, its own freestanding budget committee. Since that time, it's become something of a habit for individuals who disagree with the Budget Committee to try to force their point by asking Merrimack voters to disband it. The matter has reached the ballot twice, first in 2012 and again in 2021. Each time, the residents of Merrimack voted consistently in favor of keeping the Budget Committee. But why have a Budget Committee at all? The key advantage of having a budget committee is that it splits money powers between two different elected bodies. The budget committee that recommends an amount to the voters, and the school board that spends it. In other words, it creates a system where the group that spends the money is not also the only deciding voice in terms of how much money it should be given to spend. Now, the budget committee was created by the residents of Merrimack, but it is governed by law, in this case by New Hampshire state statute. RSA 32(1) provides us with a statement of purpose and confirms that we are an appropriations body. That is something we have talked about before. RSA 32(16) describes our duties and authority. We are charged with the preparation of the budget, not edit a draft provided by the school board, not just check to make sure the math is right, not double check that the pencils cost the right amount of money. We are charged to prepare a budget. We're further told to confer with others, including the school board, as we engage in our work. The idea that the school board writes a budget and the budget committee double checks it and is incorrect and contrary to statute. This means that when someone talks about cutting or adding money from a school board budget, they have a fundamental misunderstanding of the process. We cannot add or cut money because the school board does not prepare the budget. What the Budget Committee does do, with deep appreciation and care, is take any information provided to us by district stakeholders, especially the school board, We then use that information to help us decide what dollar amount of appropriations we will propose to the deliberative session. That's it. Those are the rules under New Hampshire law. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we're going to continue doing tonight. One more thing. These days, it's become popular to always highlight disagreement. We distort and magnify any differences, no matter how small, between two people, two groups, two parties. This is a damaging and harmful practice. It teaches us to mistrust each other for no reason and kills our ability to see good around us. The requests made by the school board and the draft budget of the Budget Committee are in perfect agreement, penny for 99.65% of the proposed operating budget. Any differences you have heard talked about, criticized, or put forward as a divide between the two bodies represents 0.35% of the proposed budget. Where else in government today can we say that two separately elected bodies that are set up as checks and balances for each other have that level of agreement? This level of agreement is an incredible success. It speaks well of the school board. It speaks well of district leadership, and it speaks well of the Budget Committee. Now, we have a lot to get done tonight. And in order to move things along when we are working, I'm going to propose two procedural items. Lee.
Just a note, I'd like to hear you a little bit better if you could bring the microphone in just a hair. Thank you so much.
I have two items that helps. Two items to propose for procedure. Technically, I can simply create them as chair, but given the atmosphere, given the things we're doing, the importance of it, I think that the group consensus is important on this one. So I have two motions that I would like to make. The first one is to limit our motions to first two topics that have not yet been subject to a motion. So, to limit motions first to topics that have not yet been subject to a motion and vote. Opening to topics voted upon only after those not yet voted upon have been addressed. Is the motion language clear? Okay, so I'm going to put that forward as a motion. That would require a second for discussion. Okay, I see Heather as a second. Quick discussion on this. I think the reason is relatively clear. We have a lot to cover. We tend to get bogged down and cover very few things over hours. And I think this will allow more people to be heard. The thing that I'm not happy about last week, if anything, is that your voices were not heard on the topics that are important to you. We ended up talking about other people's topics. Important topics, don't get me wrong, but we didn't get to your topics. Any other discussion? Okay, so I'll call that one to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye or raising your hand. All opposed? Abstain? Thank you. The second motion I would like to propose is to limit discussion of any main motion to 15 minutes, at the conclusion of which time the individual who made the motion can choose between bringing it to vote or sending it to the end of the discussion line. Okay? This is for main motions. It does not preclude any other member from enacting motion actions, such as calling the question, amending, or any of those types of pieces. Is the motion language clear? Okay, it will need a second to go forward. I saw a couple of people who, thank you, Jennifer. Is there any discussion? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate so. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes. Okay. We have some minor items of business that I'll pop into this time as well, and then we will recess to the beginning of the public hearing. The first one is to mention that we have openings coming up. Some of you have terms that are expiring. We hope, of course, that you will continue to be with us. If you are not planning to run again, They would be wonderful if you could let me know. That will just help with forward planning and thinking. But otherwise, the filing period is from February 21st to March 1st, and we also look forward to new faces if there are others who would like to join us at that time. Is there anything else that should be brought up or that anybody would like to bring up before we pause to begin the public hearing?
Who's expiring and what are the term limits?
Hold on, I got that.
I think it might be me.
So the terms that are expiring are Mackenzie, Shane, Heather, and Ellen. Which one am I missing? No, there's only 4 in here that I see. Are you as well? Oh, yes, because it needs to roll forward. Okay. Yes, you are not expiring. Your term is, yes. We hope. Okay. Let us adjourn briefly. Yes.
And one last thing. Today's the last day to petition warrant articles, and I have received no petition warrant articles, money or otherwise, as of 5 o'clock today. The warrant is finished now that the school board is finished.
Okay, so the season for petition articles has closed. Excellent. Anything else for the good of the immediate order? Okay, let us take a brief pause, and then we'll bring us into public session, into public hearing. Okay, the appointed hour is upon us. I'm going to declare the public hearing to be open. For those who are less familiar with this process, this public hearing is a chance for the public to tell us absolutely anything and everything they want us to know about the decisions that are before us. The Budget Committee specifically looks at warrant articles that are what are called moneyed, ones that have money attached. We do not put our opinion forward on the ones that do not have money. And so we will be talking about those this evening. You have 2 ways that we can do this, 2 places where you can speak, so to speak. I'm going to ask in a moment for anybody who has general comments they would like to share to come forward. And then after that, we will go through the warrant articles one at a time, and you will be welcome to comment on any of them as we go. 2 things to know on top of that. First, please note that we do not have the authority to change the wording of the warrant articles. We can express our agreement or disagreement, but we are not the authors of these particular warrant articles. We will vote to recommend or not recommend. Okay, so at this time, does Ellen, yes?
Any chance you have copies of the warrant article packet? I mean, I have my
Yes.
copy, but for my friends.
I believe we have copies. Let me put it this way. Some of you may know that the school board and district administration have worked extraordinarily hard and in difficult conditions to bring some of these warrant articles to the table tonight, and it's commendable that they did. It meant that making copies was a little tricky for some of the items. So if you're getting those copies, you'll see that there are places numbers are not filled in. I have those numbers for when we talk about it. Yes. Okay, if there's anybody who would like to offer general comments, please feel free to come forward at this time.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Rosemarie Rung, and I have been a resident of Merrimack since 1983. I have seen a lot of school budgets come and go. In fact, I was on the school board for about 9 years and liaison to the budget committee for several of those years. So I understand, Madam Chair, your description of the RSAs and what the New Hampshire law says about budget committee. But let me tell you about how it's worked from my observations with the history I've had with the town. The school board is elected by the people of Merrimack to develop programs and policies, hire administration, hire teachers to deliver the best possible education that we can. And they do a great job of it. Some years they do a better job than other years, but it's their responsibility, and the people of Merrimack look to them. The teachers look to them. The administrators look to the school board to help develop those programs and policies to support our children's education. The Budget Committee has looked at what are the financial requirements needed to support those policies and those programs. Is something more expensive than what the budget that the school board provides the Budget Committee? Does something seem off there? Or is the budget so great that it's too much of a burden for our taxpayers and we need to pull it back, maybe defer some items, maybe cut out some other items? But I look at the Budget Committee's role historically in Merrimack to be about those two things. Is it coming at an affordable cost, and is it affordable to the taxpayers? And Madam Chair, when you mentioned about the process for discussing the warrant articles, you're only concerned with moneyed articles. And that's how it should be on everything. The Budget Committee should be concerned about moneyed articles, not policies or programs. And so when the Budget Committee adds things in to what the school board has recommended, they're making a policy decision. They're making a decision to add teachers, to add materials, to equipment, whatever. But it's that decision that I think erodes the public's expectation and trust of the school board. You showed the pie chart up there with only 0.35%, but that big gray area is over $90 million. And on principle alone, I think the school board's budget, what they propose, can absorb anything, and they have every year. There's expenses that come up that they can absorb with that, that gray area. So I'd like to ask the Budget Committee not to add any money that the school board did not request. Limit it to what the school board believes that they need to operate the school district to support their programs. So many years, I think it's the last 2 or 3 years, the Budget Committee has added money, and they'll make the comment, well, it's only 0.2% or it's only this, but that compounds itself over the years. And we've always been respectful in Merrimack of the needs of all of our residents, those that are on fixed income. The last thing we want as a school district, as a town, is to force people to have to move because we're unaffordable to them. We need to find that balance, and I'm not saying that it's an easy job to do between what we want and what we need and what our residents can absorb. But a litmus test is not to add money to what the school board has requested. So I ask you very sincerely to reconsider adding in that other money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other general comments? And before you start, I should have said earlier, name and address, as is the usual custom. Thank you.
Scott Adler, 3 Deerwood Drive. Madam Chair and esteemed members of the School Budget Committee, 4 years ago I stood before the school board with a prediction, and that prediction was that our budget would swell to a staggering $100 million in a 5-year period. Today we find ourselves on the cusp of that prediction becoming a reality. While some may argue the technicalities of warrant articles versus budget allocations, the truth remains unchanged. The money ultimately comes from the taxpayers' hard-earned money. Having once sat at your table, I understand the intricacies of the budget constraints. The lion's share of the expenses are earmarked for staff salaries, insurance, and essential building-related costs. While some elements are beyond our control, the school board retains a critical power, and that is line item control. to which they utilize every budget season to reduce the requested dollar amount. And while it is definitely within your purview to inject additional funds into the budget, we must acknowledge one sobering reality. The school board isn't obligated to utilize these funds. History has repeatedly shown that surplus funds often lie dormant and untouched while the taxpayers foot the bill. If the school board asserts that they can effectively operate within the confines of their submitted budget, it's incumbent upon you to ensure they can do so without deviating from it. Now, let me turn my attention to the contentious issue of the administration building. While I concur wholeheartedly with the notion that our administrative staff deserves suitable accommodations, I am compelled to scrutinize the necessity, the timing, and exorbitant price tag associated with this endeavor. The data from the United States Department of Education reveals a stark dissonance. 87% surge in administrative staff from 2000 to 2019, juxtaposed with just a 7% increase in student population. Do we truly require the myriad of offices and conference rooms proposed? Or is this merely a want, more so than a need? It behooves us to explore avenues to streamline the project scope and mitigate costs wherever possible. Furthermore, I want to advocate for a thorough bottom-up budget analysis, potentially facilitated by an impartial external firm. Our community grapples with escalating property taxes at an unsustainable pace. It is incumbent upon us to emulate the resilience of our counterparts in the public sector and strive to achieve more with less. While this endeavor may prove arduous, it's imperative that we confront these challenges head-on and make decisions necessary to ensure fiscal responsibility. In conclusion, I urge each of you to approach the budget tonight with a steadfast commitment to accountability, efficiency, and prudence. Our community entrusts you with the stewardship of their hard-earned dollars, and you must honor that trust by upholding the highest standards of fiscal integrity. Thank you so much for the work that you do and for your attention and dedication, not only to the school district, but to the students.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general comments from the audience?
Good evening. My name is Shelley Musinski. I live on 3 Forest Drive here in town. When I heard about this meeting tonight, I just happened to be watching a Fox Business Channel. And on the news, they were describing what our nation is suffering through. Overall inflation right now is at 17.9%. Energy costs are up 32.3%. Electricity is up 27.8%. Food is up 20.8%. Shelter is up almost 20%. These are figures for January 2024. Eggs are up 37%. Baby food, 29%. Weekly earnings are down 4.9%. So while the costs of living are exorbitantly higher, people's wages are shrinking. We are living through a 40-year high in inflation. I want you to take that into consideration as you're planning out and wanting to tax the people of this town, who many are very in dire straits and suffering, and trying to just, be able to afford their medications and put food on the table. So I would ask you to pay attention to what's going on in the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
James Wood, 119 Wilson Hill Road in Merrimack. When I see the schools are in bad shape, I see windows that are needing to replace and roofs need to be replaced. I don't see why we should be building another building that we really don't need at this time, I don't believe. As long as the facilities need repairs, we should be functioning and concentrating on fixing them and not adding other things. Last year, my taxes went up $1,000 in this town, effectively wiping out any increase I've gotten in any of my retirement plans or anything. As long as you are working, I guess you can make more money. But when you're in a fixed income, that isn't the case. You get what you get coming. And I planned for like the lady was saying just a minute ago. When I retired, I planned on a 3% inflation rate. That's what everyone used. She's right. I see $100 go out of my pocket when I walk in the grocery store, get 6 items, and the ladies at the grocery store always say, I can't believe it's $100 goes that quick. So I recognize the schools need repairs. I think that's where we need to concentrate on and not spend money on buildings that we really don't need at this time. I guess that's the consensus I get from all my friends down the street, too. We're quite aware of what's going on. I talked to 20 people in my neighborhood in the last 2 days about this. We're all kind of wondering what exactly the big push in getting this building. I know for a long time you've wanted to build this building. So, like the lady was saying, right now, I know there's never going to be a good time. But right now, the way inflation's going, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down, this may be the worst time that you could propose something that we may not need right now. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment, please?
Melissa Blasek, 9 Twin Bridge Road. I'll be really quick, but I looked at this budget briefly and I thought, I can't believe this year of all years we're going to spend this kind of money. It seemed astonishing to me with everyone struggling with inflation so much. I wanted to briefly address the gifted program. My understanding is that the school board and the administrators have admitted there's really no academic benefit to it. I'm sort of baffled why we would pay for anything that has no academic benefit. The primary mission of public education is to educate. And every time we add new programs onto that, we are diluting that primary mission, and we have worse and worse outcomes. We are paying more money for worse outcomes. Because frankly, there are just only so many hours in the day. So for anybody here who wants to keep some of these programs, or members of the public who want to, I implore you to think about the people in our community who are going to really struggle to pay for their needs with higher property taxes during this type of inflation, when you have to have your wants. Which are only serving to dilute from the primary mission of public schools. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other general comments, please?
Hi, my name's Joanne Grobecker, 27 Craig Drive. I'm here as a private citizen and parent of 2 beautiful daughters who attend MES and JMUs. I want to thank the Budget Committee and the school board for your support in shifting to the science of reading, so you're teaching all students how to read. I support the school board's intention to cut the budget and the Budget Committee's willingness to see where those cuts can be made. There are other items that will be more purposeful to cut than those proposed by the school board. The Budget Committee needs to really look for the cuts that do not impact academic outcomes for students. We need a budget as close to default while still maintaining focus on the school board's goals for the district of improving literacy instruction and intervention and increasing academic outcomes for all students. We need to focus on success for students. We need to support our struggling learners with reading interventionists and our highest achievers with gifted and talented programming. These students all deserve the support they need to be successful. Having successful students benefits the entire community. Thank you all for the time and care you've put into ensuring our students are successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments, general comments from the floor? Okay, I believe that we have one email to be read to add to that grouping.
I have a letter to this committee from Sarah Locke. I believe Sarah's in the building? Yes? No? Okay, I wanted to read this for you. Dear members of the Budget Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns with you regarding the budget for the upcoming academic year. Firstly, I want to express my support for the Budget Committee and acknowledge the importance of the public's involvement in voicing their concerns. I understand the challenges you face in reviewing and finalizing the budget, and I recognize the dedication of both the school board and the administration in striving to create a fiscally responsible budget that serves the best interests of our primary stakeholders, the students of Merrimack. As a parent in Merrimack, I'd like to share some concerns that I believe are essential for us to consider collectively. Last year, during the goal-setting meeting, the school board and administration established priorities and goals. However, I'm troubled by what I perceive as a misalignment between the proposed budget cuts and the established priorities. Specifically, under the goal category of improving our learning outcomes by ensuring our instruction is responsive to the varied needs of our students, the emphasis on improving literacy at lower grade levels contradicts proposed cuts to a reading interventionist position at JMU's and the elimination of gifted and talented programs at the middle and high schools. It is challenging for me to reconcile these cuts with the district's goal of meeting the varied needs of our students. I understand the financial constraints and the pressure to balance the budget, but I urge the Budget Committee to explore alternatives that minimize the negative impacts on our students. I would like to draw attention to specific budget items that I find concerning, such as the YES program, which lacks transparency and historical data. Additionally, the allocation of funds for an additional student services administrator without clear supporting data raises questions about the necessity of this position, particularly considering the emphasis on minimizing cuts that directly impact students. While I recognize the constraints on the Budget Committee's ability to make policy decisions, I encourage you to consider allocating funds for line items with a direct educational impact and to scrutinize expenditures that may not align with educational priorities. For instance, redirecting funds from increased legal services towards professional development could potentially reduce the district's reliance on taxpayer-funded attorneys. I understand the importance of earning the public's vote, and I believe that a thoughtful and collaborative budgeting process will inspire confidence within the community. I value the work of both the school board and the Budget Committee and hope that my concerns can contribute to a more comprehensive and student-focused budget. Thank you for your time and commitment to the students and families of Merrimack. Sarah Locke, Pan American Drive, Merrimack.
Thank you very much. With no further general comments, let's move on to the articles, the warrant articles themselves. The first warrant article does not have its own slide because it is not a moneyed article. Article 1 is the one that puts positions on the ballot, and so when you select people on the ballot, it is in keeping with this particular article. Article 2 is the first that directly concerns us. It is the one that proposes a bond for the new central office. I was wondering if our liaison would want to speak to that, or if anyone that you would care to bring forward would like to speak to that. We need some description of it before we open the general comments.
Lori, were you planning on talking about the central office, or do you want me to?
We'll just put you right on the spot. Yes, thank you. So, to clarify what I'm doing right now, to understand this in order to take comment, I'd like to invite those involved in creating the warrant article, so those who are on the school board or just district administration who want to speak to it, to come forward if they wish.
So originally, the school board was going to do a presentation tonight on the central office proposal, and so that got cut. So what I would say is that our very qualified administrators are going to talk, but we, in 2013, we proposed a central office building. Currently, the central office building is in a house that was built in, I think, 1958. And during that budget process, we said it was a critical need because there's no egress. There's, we have a concern for confidentiality. If anyone would like to do a tour of our current buildings, I would love to set that up for you to see the working conditions that we have our central employees working in. This proposal, people want to say, why now? And one of the reasons I think why now is that the middle school bond is up, so this proposed building, there will not be a tax increase with getting this building built and meeting a critical need of our community. And happened to be sitting next to Scott Adler, and he was asking me, like, Lori, do we need to have a conference room that's that size? And that's a very valid question. And I want you to know that we spent a lot of time, the school planning and building committee and the school board, discussing what this building would bring to our town. The reason for the conference room and the reason for the need is there's no central location. Look at where we are. We're in a cafeteria right now as a school budget committee because there's no place to meet. When we have negotiations meetings, we're in a little tiny conference room. There's not enough room for everyone to meet. We have staff development, professional development opportunities, and there's nowhere to meet. And so our hope is if this building project passes, that conference room can be used as a community conference room. Like, we're going to have it so it's open and it's shut off to the central office, so people in this town, if Boy Scouts need to use a meeting room, if the budget committee needs a meeting room, it's going to be a town center. That's part of our goals. The other thing is, we have this, 90 million business deal that we do, and we have people working in bedrooms. We have a secretary that's down the hall. If you're in a wheelchair, you can't get in. There's nothing ADA accessible to either one of those buildings. And on our website, we have all of the frequently asked questions. We also have, there's a video, and like I said, I would love to be able to give people a tour of our current working conditions so people can understand that this is a critical need. And I'm going to let Matt go next. Oh, go.
Oh, thank you.
Can I say something?
Well, yeah, if you're asking me my permission?
No,
yes,
I was
you
kind
can.
of
course
asking
you can.
Naomi, but Lori touched on a bunch of stuff. But I wanted to share my personal answer to the question, why now? I've shared this with a couple of people privately, and I'm not sure I've actually said it publicly anywhere. Why now is because with the conditions that Lori just described, especially the lack of second fire egress in the basement where we have people working, is we need to move those people now. They need to go somewhere. And putting them somewhere is going to cost money. And I would rather ask for the permanent solution now as opposed to continuing to kick the can down the road. And when I speak of money, a bond is a loan, so we're not paying $6.7 million this year. We're taking out a 15-year loan, a bond, and the first year's payment is, I believe, about $174,000, which most any of the other solutions to get the folks out of those buildings now is going to cost in that ballpark, right? So we're paying that, going to end up having to pay that much money somehow this year anyway to move these people. And whatever solution we move them into, be it finding space, that'll require some renovations and it still won't be ADA compliant, be it putting up trailers, those will be temporary at best and they'll have an annual cost. Anything else that we do is going to have an annual cost, and we won't ever be done with it until we build a permanent solution. And this way we have our infrastructure and we're good. So that's my reasoning.
Do you think, Naomi, we could look at the, you've already highlighted, could I see the Consolidated Central Office Building? Is that the PowerPoint?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
That's the one I'd like to blow up.
Great.
So why don't you go to the second slide? You know, these two buildings have been around forever. I remember when I first had my first interview here with Jim O'Neill, and I went to the greenhouse, and I looked at this building, I says, wow, is this really central office? Because I drove past it like 4 or 5 times. In fact, before I got here, I had to have my wife give me a dry run to show me exactly where it was, because she's a lot more familiar with Merrimack than I was at the time. So this is where we live. The blue house is the Special Services Office, and the greenhouse is the SAU. We probably got 12 to 13 people in there right now, and this is an old ranch house that we're living in. Most of the people are downstairs. The people who are downstairs are human resources. The only way to get down there is via these narrow stairs, of which the opening is not even ADA, well, you don't want the opening being ADA compliant because you don't want somebody with a walking disability with a cane or a wheelchair going downstairs. And there has been people who have taken a tumble down there, so, you know, it is an issue. So the next slide, issues with the building security. We have kind of a makeshift little vestibule in the SAU office. That really wasn't made for security. It was more or less made to keep the wind and the draft and the papers that people had on the main counter from flying all over the first floor of the building when people opened the front door. Used to happen with regularity. You'd have employment applications up there, you'd have fingerprint cards, you'd have health insurance forms. Someone would open the front door, big breeze would come in, boom, they're all over the place. So there is a little vestibule, but it's not an airlock-style vestibule. It's not made out of brick. The door frame isn't steel. It's not secure, okay? So once you're in the building, you are in the building, and there's 2 people right there who are just front and center. And then from that point, you can just take a left. You can go see Bill, you can go see Amy, you can go see me. There's 2 little chairs that you have that the guests sit in. So if you're hiring a new person, there's 2 little chairs. I think at some point in time, there's only 1 little chair. And if I'm having a conversation on the phone, talking to a vendor, and I'm getting a little bit agitated, I have walked out in the hallway, and I've gone, oh, excuse my tone on the phone, I apologize. Are you new? You want to work for the school district? Well, we're not all like me, okay? I'm a different kind of person. I deal with a different kind of, you know, clientele. The accessibility. I remember John Fabrizio and John ripped apart his ankle and I broke my ankle. And the 2 of us are roaming around in scooters in that office. And luckily by then, my office was on the first floor, because if my office was in the basement where I spent at least 10, 15 years down there, I couldn't have gotten down to my office. It wouldn't have been accessible to me. But we were on our scooters going back and forth, and that doorway where the stairs is one of those accordion-style doors that you would see on a camper, you know? I mean, there's nothing to stop you from just going right down there. So you have the accessibility, you have doorways that aren't wide enough. Bill, I don't know if you want to relate this story, you want me to do that, when you had somebody for an interview, could not get into his office. How the hell do you think that made us feel? I felt horrible, to be honest with you, that we had to assist this person out of the wheelchair so she could sit in the superintendent's office. That's embarrassing. Life safety issues. Most of the people, HR, they're all downstairs. One way in, one way out. It's the stairwell. We talk about windows downstairs, they're casement windows. Casement windows do not count per BOCA code and fire code as an egress. There is a bulkhead. A bulkhead does not count as an egress. Hence, there is only one way in and one way out, And if there's a fire on the first floor, or there's a shooter on the first floor, and that has happened when I used to work for a town years ago, there was a lot of that stuff going on in public buildings, there is no way out. They're just sitting there. Same thing with special services. Once you're in the building, you're in the building. There's 2 secretaries right there, and there's a special ed director, and you can hear everything that's going on. There's no confidentiality. So if you could flip that one. This is the proposal, designed to serve the district now and into the future. It's a centralized building where we can have the superintendent, student services, student wellness, technology, business operation, and HR all in one building. A lot of what happens when you have all those leadership groups in one facility is there's a synergy that goes on. There's lots of conversations that just organically happen throughout the day. You know, I can see Bill in the hallway. We're talking, all of a sudden we're talking about something, and Amy comes up, you know, I heard about that. And then before you know it, we have something going on, and we have the sharing and the ability to share ideas. That's why we don't want to be split off into separate buildings all over the district. If that's the case, we might as well just work from home, because we'd never see one another. Secure and sufficient and energy-efficient construction. You know, the building that we have now, it's the same as it ever was. There's no increased insulation. We were told and we were directed to put as little money into this building as possible, ever since I got there, because one day we were going to have a new office. That one day's been a long time in waiting. The ADA accessibility, we talked about that. And then we're still waiting for the fire marshal's report on the building because there was an inspection done. We do not have that report. I would love to have that. I would share whatever it says, it's going to be public. I don't care what it says, we're going to put it out there. If it makes it look like we don't need a new building, I don't care. We're going to put it out there. We're not hiding anything here, right? So once we get that, that is going to be part of this whole presentation. And then I went over the secure entrances to the schools. You know, in each school building, when I first got here, when you were in J. Muse, you went in the other side where the special ed office is, right where the triple doors where the Smith Gym is. That's where you just open that door, and once you open that door, no one in the office where it used to be knew you were there. You could take a left, and you could walk all the way to MES. No one knew you were there. You could keep going, and you were in the building. Once you were in the building, you were in the building. Same thing with Thornton, same thing with Reed's, same thing with the high school. The old entrance used to be right over here with the special ed entrance. You know where everybody came in? That was the old entrance to the high school till we put the 3-story addition on. And when we put the 3-story addition on, what do? We put an airlock-style entrance in there. And so we have built those up. We just want the same thing that the schools have, because it gives people, and it gives our visitors, and it gives our potential candidates, and it gives parents who are in that building a sense of security. So.
Over the last several weeks, I've had conversations with people who have said, you know, 20 years ago we could have built this facility for $1 million or $1.5 million. Now, why is it so expensive? We've heard about inflation rates. I presented to you several weeks ago some graphs that showed from the Bureau of Labor Statistics the rate of inflation of various commodities that we utilize in the school department. I also presented you with a graph of the non-residential construction inflation indices over the last 15 to 20 years. And it's been significant. And the point I'm trying to make, whether it's 20 years ago, whether it's now, or whether it's 20 years from now, there will never be a good time to do a project like this from some taxpayer's perspective. But the important thing to remember is the cost of doing nothing is not zero. The cost of choosing to do nothing escalates at about $250,000 to $500,000 every year, based on that graph of the price index, consumer price index pertaining to non-residential construction. What we've tried to do, and what we are trying to do, is improve this school system first and foremost focusing on students, but also being very cognizant of taxpayers. I've done that my entire career. At some point in time, we have to realize that this school district needs improving. It's needed to improve because for a number of years, and I can't tell you exactly how many because I've been only here 2 years, but there was a lot of focus from time to time and has been on a default level budget. A default level budget is not a budget that necessarily represents the best interests of students. And I think that's why we're in the position we are now, where we're having to make significant expenditures to improve the curriculum, such as the literacy program at the elementary level. We're looking at programs, as you know, that we've proposed for reduction that need to be improved because the direct instructional contact with students is not where it needs to be, not a result of the staff, but because of the way things have evolved with scheduling. So we're trying to be as efficient as possible while improving what we do because that's what parents and that's what taxpayers expect, a return on investment. We're proposing this now strategically because, as you know, the bond has retired for the middle school. And we're looking to budget the debt service, the principal and interest, debt retirement and debt service into that appropriation account at a lesser amount of money so that there is no incremental increase to the overall operating budget that negatively impacts the tax rate. That's an economic opportunity, and that's what we're trying to take advantage of. What we don't want to have happen is have us forced into an emergency situation. And by that I mean some inspectional service says you have to leave that building, and you have to leave it shortly. All right? I've experienced that in another community in which I worked, not in the school district, but in the town itself, where there were certain maintenance issues, there were certain capital improvements that needed to be done, they weren't done. And so the town got itself into an emergency situation. And what happens in that type of situation, when you have that amount of time to make a decision, a decision that allows you to meet the operating needs of your staff, but also try to be as cautious as possible from a taxpayer perspective, when that time frame is compressed, you are forced to make decisions that are very costly. I've seen it happen, I've experienced it. And we don't want to get to that point. So the important point to keep underscoring, once again, is the cost of doing nothing is not zero. A $1.5 million building X number of years ago, now a $6.5 million building. 3 years from now, it'll be an $8 million building. It never gets any easier. And that is no consolation to taxpayers. I understand that. But at a certain point in time, you have to understand, we have an economic opportunity to slot this debt service and debt retirement into that same appropriation account that carried the bond costs for the middle school at no incremental increase, in fact, a decrease in costs and expenditures. So that we look at it from operational perspective, but we look at it from a fiscal opportunity perspective also. And we'll be glad to answer, any questions that you have.
Thanks, Mr. Olson. You know what Bill said really kind of rings true. The $1.5 million building was a steel modular building. The true cost of a stick-built building like what we're proposing now, back then, was it 2013, Pat, that it went for a vote? Correct? 2013? Yeah. And it was $1.5 million, and it was a steel building. The true cost was around 3.4, but we went with the cheaper version. Now we're looking at 6.9, and people saying, "Oh my gosh, that is so much money." and it is. And Bill talked about being forced into a situation where we have to do something. Well, we were in that situation back in 2003, I believe, with the construction of the new middle school, as I like to call it, and I have earned the right and the gray hair to call it the new middle school, where we were sitting right over there. This is where we had our board meetings, right over there in that pocket. Rosemary Rung, if she's still here, she remembers too. And Nick Donahue, the then Commissioner of Education, came up and said, if you do not do anything about this building, you will be you will have an unapproved middle school, and I have the ability to pull $10 million in state aid. That got people's attention. After that statement was made, that's when it passed. We don't want to go there. We don't want to go there from a position of panic, because that's when things don't go very well. And if we can click down 2 different slides to the end, this is what Bill's talking about. If you could blow that up quite a bit. You see, on the, here we go. We've got the number of payments on the left-hand side. We got it's 172,500, but we put a little extra in the warrant article just in case the interest rates change, because we want to make sure we can cover. So we rounded it up to like 174. It's at 3.5% interest. That's cheap money right now, you know. And we have the middle school bond retirement of $793,000. So that 174 less the 793, that's a savings. Money you're not spending of $620,000. Let's not call it savings, okay? Let's call it we're avoiding that cost. And then when you look down the line, you don't see anything close to $793,000 in all those years. You know, the highest payment is $676, and the lowest payment is $467,000. Nothing touches the $800,000. And believe me, when we first started paying off that middle school, the bond payment, because it was level principal and declining interest, it was more than $793,000. So it's a good opportunity to do it at this point in time because of that. And I remember, you know, we always used to talk, well, let's wait until the middle school bond is paid off, then we can go forward with this. The middle school bond, pardon me, is paid off. So is it time now, or do we wait another year, another 2 years, another 5 years? I don't know. That's up to you. You guys are the decision-making body. The taxpayers will have the last word in this, and we respect their decision, whatever they decide, and we're willing to live with it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are there comments from the floor regarding this warrant article? Okay, thank you. Then we will move to the next item. Article 3 is not a moneyed article, so it does not require action and discussion at this time. For those who are curious and keeping track, it grants the school board permission to accept gifts of property, which can be helpful to streamline rather than having to go through a series of meetings to do so. The next moneyed article is Article 4. This article holds the details of the negotiated staff contract. Are there any comments regarding this article from the floor, please? So I understand that you're saying presented. I thought I just did, so tell me what I'm missing. Okay, thank you.
I might have to call up my helpers again because I didn't write down the numbers. No, different numbers.
Yes. What we need is a brief description of what is in it. We need to
Basically,
keep it
yeah,
short.
really short. So this is it's the MESA contract, right? Yes, the Merrimack Educational Support Staff Association contract. It's a 3-year collective bargaining agreement, and it covers paraprofessionals and custodians and administrative assistants and a whole food service workers, a whole host of other positions. And Bill, do you have the numbers for the wage increases?
Yes, for the first year of the contract, the increase is $1,200,000. I believe it's the same as what you have on the sheet there. $1,200,624. Second year, as you indicate, is $1.1 million, and the third year, $821,000. The objective of the negotiations, and this is through a mediation, about an 11-hour mediation that we entered into yesterday, and we started at 8:30 yesterday morning and ended up at 7 o'clock last night with an agreement. We think it's a fair contract. We think it represents both students and the staff well, because that's important. A contract, a collective bargaining agreement in this profession has to represent the employees well, but it also has to represent students well in terms of certain nuances that are in the contract that allow us to hire high-quality people, place them on an appropriate step. This contract will certainly help bring our paras and everyone else who is in this collective bargaining group to a more competitive position with respect to other districts. Not a highly competitive position, but a more competitive position. The importance of that is this is a labor market. Whether it's the private sector or the public sector, it's a labor market, and we need to have the ability via competitive wages and benefits, which we do have in terms of the benefits, but competitive wages are important for us to be able to attract people and retain people. We have a number of openings over the last several years because we have not been able to attract the high-quality people that we need to work with our students. And that's important. Once again, when you have a collective bargaining agreement, the propensity is for people to look at the bottom numbers and say, we either can't afford this or we can't afford this. What you need to put as the context here is how much out of competition we were with our wages. And what we've tried to do is over 3 years, try to bring those wages more into a more competitive position. And that has been extraordinarily important. When we did that with the teachers in the last year or two, what I found is the quality of staff that I interviewed for new positions was extraordinarily better than in my first year here, under the old salary schedule that was not competitive with surrounding districts and regional districts. So like any other business, any other profession, the wage and benefit contouring to be competitive is extraordinarily important, and that's what we've tried to do, and I think the school board has done an extraordinarily good job through negotiations of doing that.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Are there any questions or comments regarding this article from the audience? I see one hand. If you would come to the microphone, please.
I just have 2 questions. First off, what is the percentage of wage increase that we're talking about here? It's not listed in this warrant article. And the other question I have is, the way it reads, are you raising?
Some of the,
Thank you. Are you raising, are you raising the number twice here? Because it says, and further raise. It talks about the estimated amount.
Okay, so let me.
Further raise. Is that an additional 1,200,000?
Thank you. I will
All right, thank
restate
you.
the first part for clarity because I think we had a little bit on that one. First question, I believe, was what this means in terms of percent change in salary for the affected individuals. And the second request for is an explanation of how the additions work in terms of raising and appropriating one sum and then over multiple years.
Okay. On the average, 24, 25, you know, because we have food service workers that are making like $13 an hour. So in order to get them to $15, we've got to push some percentages a little higher than what would think if you're working at, I don't know, BAE and you're making $200,000, right? So the first year's 12.3%, okay? Year 2 is 10.05% on average. Year 3 is 6.8%. And over those 3 years, right, it gets at least the $13 an hour people up to like $15 an hour. That's what that does. The answer to the second question, I'm sorry, though it reads the way it is, but that's legalese from the Department of Revenue Administration. We are not raising $1.2 million twice. We're just raising $1.2 million. It's just the way legally they have it structured. You can't write it in plain language because the lawyers wouldn't make any money. So you have to do it this way.
So, if I understand correctly, this language, unclear as it may be, says that there are two things that are being agreed to in this warrant article. The first is the overall year structure,
Yep.
and the second is the amount listed for the first year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor? Yes, please come up.
Hi, I'm Karen Corriga. I live at 15 Cobblestone Place in Merrimack, New Hampshire. This is my first time here at a meeting. My son is at the high school as a freshman, as well as my nieces are also at the high school. So, just listening to both sides. I'm also wondering, are we also applying for appropriate grant money to fund some of the, needs for, as I know there's lots of grant money out there also, that also might also help defray raising any taxes. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, if you could speak to some of the grant activity we have in the district? Yes.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't
Yes,
hear
very
you.
briefly, if you could speak to some of the grant activity or attempts we have within the district.
Yes. Both Amy and Matt have been very active in pursuing grants. Matt was, I think, one of the first people to submit an application for $300,000 in terms of school security. This year, we are still waiting to receive that money, so that's money that does not have to be requested in the operating budget. Amy, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, is very active in terms of all sorts of grants for which we apply. People sometimes think there's millions and millions and millions of dollars in grants available. But what you have to be careful in terms of what types of grants you pursue, because some of them are so categorical in nature that they can be completely contrary to what you're trying to accomplish in a school district in particular or a community. And so we seek out those grants that provide us money that allow us to be consistent with the goals that we're trying to accomplish in the school district. Just a word about the percentage increases. As you know, this is a collective bargaining process that we are required to enter into by statute. We don't have the flexibility that a private sector has that says, here's your salary, and if you don't like it, you can work someplace else. We are committed to fair salaries that are competitive in nature. One of the things that we're doing here, as you will notice if you talk with any of our staff, is we're playing a game of catch-up. Because in previous collective bargaining agreements, those salaries were kept low for whatever reason. I'm not making an editorial comment on it, but what happens is that lack of competitiveness compounds annually as other school districts are advancing, and we weren't at that same rate. So that's important to keep in mind, that we are bound to bargain according to statute, but also it's a game, we've been playing a game of catch-up with our salaries, like we have with other areas of operations in this school district. We are trying to improve it to the greatest extent possible, being cognizant of taxpayers. And I mean that very seriously. This is not a spend-at-all-costs approach to budgeting, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let me just ask for more comments, and then we'll circle right back to you. Are there any other questions or comments on the Article 4? Okay, thank you. Yes, Larry.
I was just going to say one more thing. So we found that when our teachers were in the lower part of New Hampshire as far as pay, and we found that when we brought the teachers to the middle, like Bill said, we started to have less turnover, and turnover cost our district so much money in training. And so once we were able to, get the teachers, the best teachers possible, and then they were staying, we felt that with the paras, we want the same idea. We have custodial positions that we can't fill because our starting pay is so low. So to be able to get the people that we need in our schools working, we had to try to be as competitive as possible and be as respectful as possible.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment or questions, I will move on to Article 5, which is not a moneyed article, so there is no need for us to have action or discussion upon it. The next one of interest to us is Article 6, which is an article to raise and appropriate a sum for roof replacement at James Mastrocola Elementary School and the Upper Elementary School. Matt can speak to this. I believe that this is not so much emergency repairs as continuing to maintain and repair roofs in the district.
We've been on our roof replacement program now for around 15 years. The average lifespan and warranty of the roofs we were putting on previously was like a 10 to 15 year roof. The roofs we're doing right now are 45 years. So when Tom Tussaud, who would be here next to me, like the roof we put on at JMU's last year, you're not going to see me before you 45 years from now asking for another roof. I'm not going to be here, okay, in 45 years. I'm going to be across the street, right near the PD, okay? So. I doubt it. You think I am? Okay, good for you. You're a nurse, right? Maybe you could help me out with that.
You're under the impression we're going to let you leave, Matt. That's the cute part,
okay.
yes.
So this is kind of like something that we want to keep maintaining. This is around 68,000 square feet of roof. This 797,000, I think that's what it says in the Warren article.
Can you repeat that? How many acres of roofs do we have in the
We have
district?
11 acres of roofs.
Thank you.
We have almost 800,000 square feet of buildings. That's a lot of buildings that we have, and a lot of 11 acres of roofs, too. Because some of the buildings, 3-story additions, so it adds up. And so the roofs we're looking at right now, they have a 45-year warranty. The installers are all qualified by the manufacturers of the different roofing materials. So there's not going to be any of these, because Bill and I talked about this a while, because, the roofs are like the bane of the existence of a school district business administrator or superintendent or whoever, because you can never get away with them. And you can't defer them, because then bad things happen that you're not seeing right away. Leaks are insidious. They happen. You probably don't even notice them until all of a sudden they become catastrophic. All of a sudden the roof deck, which is corrugated metal with cement, starts to leak. Then you start to get stained ceiling tiles. Then you start to get mold. The district right next to us had a big problem. They had to shut the whole thing down for the entire summer in order to get it taken care of. So we try and stay on top of this. So when a roof is around 4 to 5 years past its warranty, that's when Tom comes. He walks the roofs every single year, sometimes twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. If I don't know where to find Tom during the day, I look up on the roof, and there's Tom walking the roof again, right? So this is something we take very seriously, and we think it's a good plan to keep up on it, because if we put it off and we have to do, 100,000, 200,000 square feet of roofs, number one, this is New England. We have short summers. Sometimes it rains a lot. Those of you who ride motorcycles know sometimes that really sweet season where the weather is nice and it's sunny is only like 4 weeks long. So we try and get these done as quickly as possible, and we like to keep up on them. So that's what it is. This is a section of James, this is a continuation of the James Mastrocola Upper Elementary School roof. Little bits at MES, the rest of it is at JMU's. And it's going to continue on for the next probably 7 or 8 years, and then we kind of get a break of around 10 years in roofs. Talking about a subject that is near and dear to Mr. Mower's part, having that break in doing roofs for 10 years gives us the perfect opportunity to take advantage of that to build up a capital reserve account for roofs. Do you agree with that, Mr. Mower? I certainly do. Good, I'm glad. So, this is what we're trying to do. We manage these things long-term. We look out like 20 years. I got a sheet that says 20 years of roofs. So this is something that's important. We'd love to see this go forward. It's very important to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this article? I see a hand. Would you please come forward?
Just a quick question. Do you have a capital reserve roof fund now?
We do, but there's only $3,000 in it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, then we'll move on from that article. Article 7 is a petition put forward by a resident. It is not moneyed, and therefore we do not need to discuss it at this time. Article 8 is in some ways the core warrant article from our perspective. It is the one that puts forward the operating budget and the default budget. At this point in time, the amount that is drafted to be proposed totals $93,285,000. Am I reading? No, I'm reading off now. Why is the number different between, sorry, Matt, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm seeing a different number from what I had and is on this. Okay, we'll go with the one that's on the sheet that was handed out. We're going to be do we know where Matt, can you tell us which is the correct number? I have one on my slide that I copied from a document and one that is here, and they are different.
Oh, no.
I don't know why you get up.
Yeah, just stay there, Matt.
Yeah, stay here. Good exercise. Yeah, 93,611,317.
Okay, thank you. So this screenshot that I took must have been from an older draft?
It must have been, yes.
Okay. So 93611,317 is the number, and I will put it up there in a moment. Should that article be defeated, the default budget is what becomes the budget for the year, and we should talk about what that means briefly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the default budget is essentially last year's approved budget off of the MS Form 22. That sounds real fancy, doesn't it? MS just stands for Municipal Services. The 22, I don't know where it came from, but if you work for a town, it would be, bless you, it would be the MS2. If you work for a school district, the MS27, which is going to be filled out by you guys after we decide on a bottom line sometime, for a town is the MS7. So the default budget. This was something done back after they settled the Claremont 2 lawsuit, and they came up with SB 2 and everything like that. And what it is last year's budget with special warrant articles taken out, with items of a one-time nature taken out, items not likely to reoccur in subsequent budgets, with any contractual obligations added in or taken out. And so we start off with $90,742,458. We take out, I talked about the roof, right? The JMU's roof. That was $1,108,669. That was a warrant article. That comes out, right? The middle school bond, we talked about that too, the $793,000, because I'm not paying that bond payment in the operating budget. I'm not taking credit for it in the default budget. It comes out. We have a benefit increase, guaranteed maximum rate increase of health insurance of 15.9%. That may or may not be the actual rate increase, but is what we have to work with right now. That plus dental plus other fringe benefits go up. And so that adds around a little bit over $1 million to it. We have a transportation contract. There's around 3 years left on that. It's a 5% per year with no fuel escalation clause. So the price of diesel can go up to like $10 a gallon, and guess what? It's not on us, it's on them. I think it's a pretty good deal. We have the teacher contract. That was mentioned too. Everything in the teacher contract that was voted in a couple of years ago, that gets put back in there. That's around $600,000 on the regular ed side, and probably around $300,000 on the special ed side. And so the other remaining $300,000 is the cost of special ed contracted service out of district placements. That's going up also. And then lastly, the food service budget is a pass-through, but it's going up $48,000, so we count that in the mix. So you add all those together, it comes to $91,301,349. Now, that's my way of communicating it to you. There's a form that the board signs off. It's by function code. You know how you have the object code? Those are your first 3 digits. The next 4 is called the function. So all the 1100s are regular ed, 1200s are special eds, and so that's how it's organized. So that's what the form is going to look like. But then that gets really messy. This is a cleaner way of explaining it to everybody. Contractual obligations, bonded debt, up or down, any contracts that you have, warrant articles that are Sanbornized by being voted in, multi-year contracts. Like if the contract were to pass for the support staff, that would go in the default budget for next year also, just to give you an example.
Thank you. So to summarize from my perspective, the default budget is something that exists in order to make sure that if a town or district, in this case, if a district votes down a school budget, there is money to not go bankrupt in the next year, to cover expenses, to cover obligations, to keep the doors open. It does not necessarily do it in the most optimal fashion. The purpose of the default budget is not to represent a basic, satisfactory budget that you wish to have for your district. It is intended to represent a basic level of functioning that can be maintained whether the proposed budget passes or not. I think there are sometimes misconceptions that the default kind of represents a middle ground ideal, and I think it is important that people understand why it exists in the first place.
It's basically there so you can meet your contractual obligations. It's not even a level services budget. You know, level services, you just keep plodding along like you usually do. You don't offer any new and exciting programs. You don't try to do improvements. You just keep things going along the same path that you have forever. So it's kind of like that. In fact, the default budget, when it first came on board, was almost an afterthought because somebody thought like you, well, what if the budget fails? Does that mean it's zero? And so that debate went on for a little bit, and then they came up with the idea of the default budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we do a quick number check, please?
Sure.
Maybe my math is off, but I had 93, 631, 317, 40, but I'm off by
Okay, yes.
20,000.
So what I'm going to say to that is at the moment, we're not voting to finalize it. And so in some ways it becomes moot because we'll state the number in the motion when we do it. But thank you for noticing if that is the case. The number that I had that was restated has now been corrected on that slide. Are there any comments or questions regarding this warrant article? Yes, please.
Shelley Usinski, 3 Forest Drive.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned, I may have misunderstood, But you mentioned, while you were speaking here about the default budget, about $1 million for fringe benefits? Can you elaborate on that and tell me?
Insurance, dental insurance, New Hampshire retirement, everything like that.
So for the microphone, I'll say that thank you.
Health insurance, dental insurance, New Hampshire retirement, property liability insurance, workers' compensation insurance, long-term disability insurance, et cetera, et cetera. That's what they are.
Okay, but those aren't necessarily fringe benefits.
Well,
Those are benefits that are included in.
Correct.
But you mentioned, besides those, you did mention like $1 million for fringe benefits. I'm just
Well, that
asking you what
includes the
fringe-
health insurance. If I used the wrong term, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Yes, please come forward.
My name is Stephanie Ruiz, 23 McQuestion Road. I'm just curious, the 15%, how do you know what when it happens? Like, you're saying 50% now, which is like your estimate. So when do you know what that percentage is? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 15.9% for health insurance. We belong to the New Hampshire Health Insurance Trust. So does the town of Merrimack. So do most school districts and municipalities in this state. It's a group buying health insurance altogether. We have around 800 participants, and so we share some of our experience with other towns. And what was the rest of the question? Oh, where do we get that? That is called the guaranteed maximum rate increase. That is given to us by the Health Insurance Trust. It can. It can. We're going to know, the problem is, we're going to know that after. Sorry.
The answers are stating it enough, so I can restate if need be. You're fine.
Yeah. We're going to know that after the vote in April, which is unfortunate, because if we knew it before the vote in April, we would put that number in. So we budget for worst-case scenario, and then if it comes in lower, it comes in lower. Sometimes we know before, and we have done this prior, at the floor of the deliberative session, it's come in like last second, and we've changed it. So if it does, we will change it. But if it doesn't, we go with the guaranteed maximum rate increase. It's the prudent thing to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Great, thank you. Just a minor comment. The detail of the questions is wonderful to hear. This town, people are paying attention, and that's really nice. This is your last opportunity from the audience, folks. That is our final article. And so after this, I'm going to close comments and close the public hearing. Is there anything else that folks would like to say or ask? Yes, please.
Thank you. Rosemary Rung, 21 Ministerial Drive. I just was checking on the status of some bills, and it doesn't pertain so much to this article, but regarding the bond for the new administrative office, there is a bill that will be on the consent calendar of the Senate. It's Senate Bill 430, which appropriates up to $60 million, $5 million a year for building aid. And I believe this project would qualify. So that's something I'll track. I don't know if it'll make it through the sausage-making factory, but to the woman's point about grants, that is something that would help defray that expense. Also, I'm co-sponsoring a bill. It hasn't been successful the last couple of years, but it would restore the state's obligation to their contribution to the state retirement program. If you remember, several years ago, I think it was around 2014, our taxes really jumped, and it wasn't because of like actual spending. It's just the state reneged on their 30% contribution to state retirement premiums, and there's been efforts since to restore that. If that happens, that would take the burden off of the school district to pay that portion of the retirement benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions? please.
James Wood, Wilson Hill Road. If all these pass, what is this going to affect by 1,000, the assessed value? Does anybody have that number? How much is going to go up?
I do happen to have that number. If my math is correct, for every 1,000, it's .0002. So to give you an idea there, $1 million is 20 cents per 1,000 of your assessed value.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Nice job, Shane.
Okay, given that there is nobody else coming forward, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. We will take a 5-minute recess to stretch our legs and thank those who are here, and we will reconvene at 10 of. Test, test, test. Are they back? Yes, okay. We are going to reconvene, so if those who should be at the table with us begin to come back, it would be appreciated. Are we all here? I think we are. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the meeting of the Budget Committee so that we can continue our work on the proposal, the draft proposal. The first thing we need to do is go through those fiscal warrant articles ourselves, any comments or questions that we have as a committee, and then vote on them, whether to recommend or not recommend them. As I think most committee members are aware, what will happen is our recommendation, or rather our vote count, will be printed on the ballot as an opinion or guide for voters to use as they see fit. So, as we just walked through them, the same walk, I'm not going to put them back up on the screen because you have your copies. We do not need to address Article 1. Article 2 is the first one that we will want to address as a group. In order to begin our conversation, I am going to move that the Budget Committee recommend Article 2.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ellen. Is there any discussion? Article 2 proposes the bond for the new central office, for those who are tracking.
I got like a bunch of discussion if it's needed.
Please.
But can we just do like a quick feel vote? So, because if everybody's going to vote in the same way, I don't need to waste anybody's time.
I agree.
Okay.
Are people willing to express whether they intend to support or not so that we know whether to continue to discuss, or does that feel like we're pushing in a direction that's not? Okay. Do you wish to speak first? Questions? Okay, so questions before we know what we're going to do. Go for it.
Okay. Whoops. Sorry. And this is probably for Matt or Bill, so sorry to make you walk back up here again. So with the bond, and I know that we've said it before, so this is now being presented because the general consensus of the community always seemed to feel that it was not good to overlap debts. So this is why the timing of this now is happening. Thinking about the future of our facilities and the needs of our students, does that mean, I know theoretically no, that you could still overlap, but general consensus again of the community is to not overlap those debts. What do you think the chances are would be of, doing any future facility updates with this on the books for 15 years?
If you're referring, Rachel, to roofs, to windows, to the building envelopes, That is our responsibility from a health and safety standpoint, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm referring to if we need to build new structures like you guys did with the middle school, but
Okay.
we are expecting increasing enrollments. I know that you guys are doing a grade level study for those grades. So what happens if we need to do new facilities or, renovate to the extent of some of our current facilities of needing something where it would be bonded?
Well, as you mentioned, we are doing a grade level study right now. My feeling is that we have enough capacity for perhaps the next 5 years, and that's just my opinion based on how the enrollment trends are going. So I don't anticipate the need for any major addition, renovation, or new construction of a school facility. We are looking right now at can we move any grades around? We have not come up with any conclusion on that right now, but we will. We will provide the school committee with a report. But we look at the enrollments carefully. We do a 7-year average cohort progression ratio every year. Obviously, the most unreliable prediction is from birth to kindergarten and kindergarten to grade 1. After grade 1, it's pretty predictable because the cohort progression ratio generally hovers around 1.0, unless you have a large influx of students from major building programs. We're keeping our eye on Chestnut Hill right now, which is adjacent to the middle school, which feeds into Massacola, but we do have some space at Massacola, a little bit more than at TFS and RFS. So I don't expect, based on the number of births and 5 years hence, going into kindergarten, I don't see the need for any major facilities construction, at least within the next 5 years.
But the bond's for 15, so are we going to, again, and I'm not from Merrimack, I moved here in 2009. And so what I'm hearing, though, is it took 20 years to pay off the middle school. If we now go into a bond for 15 years, if there's a need for students, can we not meet that need? Because we don't want to double up on our bond debt. So that's just one of my thoughts and concerns.
I think school systems face that type of issue regularly. Those that I can tell you that when I worked in the town of Westford, we had a year in 1999 where we had 302 more students enter school in late August than finished school in late June. We averaged over about an 8-year period about 270 new students every single year. What that meant is we were constantly floating bonds for new facilities, and our debt service and debt retirement in the town went from about $3 million up to about $11 million, but that's because we needed to house those students. And so, there's always going to be a way to find a way to finance these issues, and it's a regular occurrence if you have a growing town that is experiencing an influx of young families with school-aged children, that you always have to be prepared from a financial perspective to plan 5, 6, 7 years out in terms of what your bonding profile might look like. And so, it's a question, Rachel, of do we need it? Do we absolutely need it? And if it's a question of housing students and housing them responsibly, the answer is yes. And so this town will find some way, like all other towns do, to fund those projects.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have one more question for Matt. Can you just talk to, because in the actual budget books, the line item that you guys had for the middle school bond is actually 0 this year?
Yeah.
So can you talk to how this will not impact taxes? If we have a 0 request in '24, but if this bond passes, how would that not impact?
Well, the first year's bond payment there's a 0 request in 24-25, right? So the first year's bond payment is $174. So $790. So you're going to be, I don't want to say you're going to be gaining, but you're going to avoiding paying the difference between $174 and $790,000. It's not going to swallow, it's not going to swallow, but then you
Yeah,
go to
gotcha.
year two, then you have the larger payment.
jump up next year.
But there is something that, we hadn't talked about, but I just know. In the maintenance budget on page 7, there's maintenance, energy, and HVAC lease district-wide. That's a lease purchase agreement that we put in 72 unit ventilators in the school district. That's a 10-year lease at 1.9%, okay? That's going to be done in 2031. So there's another opportunity to feather in some debt if you wanted to take into account that. Do you see which one? It's right at the top of the page.
No, I think I'm on the wrong one.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying. I think I was
Yes.
looking at two of the interest and the principal things. I think I mixed up the interest one and seeing the lower number. So
Yeah.
that's where I was. Got it.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
good, thank you.
So I wanted to put out there the question that was put. This is procedural, so if you want to say more to answer, please feel free first, Bill.
I was just going to say, one of the important things that we have talked to the Planning and Building Department about is that we want to be included in any impact analysis of any future residential development. It's important that we provide feedback on any projects that are being considered by the town of a residential nature in terms of what the impact will be on our school department service load.
Lee?
Further to Rachel's point, is it my understanding, am I understanding correctly, we had a fairly large influx this year at the Reed's Ferry School that we were somewhat unexpected, and that we are pretty much at capacity at Reed's Ferry. There are no available extra classrooms, is my understanding. So I'm hearing that there isn't really a plan for expansion, but I'm also hearing that we're kind of at capacity when it comes to Reed's Ferry. So I'd just like to hear a balance there, please.
We're looking at some alternatives in terms of moving certain grades, or, for example, let's take a look at the preschool program. Now, we have not talked with the school board about this at all, so I don't mean to be premature, but the preschool program does occupy 2 or 3 classrooms in the primary level buildings. We could gain a few classrooms by consolidating the preschool, which does have some advantages from sort of an economies of scale. And you have all the resources, all the staffing, all the materials and supplies, and resources all funneling into one location. So there are certain benefits to that. That's one of the alternatives that we're looking at to free up some classrooms.
I appreciate that forethought and understanding, because it does seem like we're getting fairly full at Reed's Ferry, so thank you.
Before we move into more comments on that, I want to remind the committee to constantly mention this. You control how long these conversations go on. You can call the question. There are a variety of things that you can do in order to officially, rather than informally, indicate that you'd like us to vote or move on in some way. So feel free to use the tools at your disposal for that one. If anybody's lost their nice little cheat sheet, let me know. I'll pass you another one down the table. Okay, we are currently in discussion on the motion to recommend Article 2. Yes, 2. Is there any further discussion? Dan?
Yeah, in the past, when I voted, there's often been a tax impact down where the votes are. I'd like to see that on all the moneyed articles when that comes in.
I like that idea. We do not get to edit the text.
I put it on somebody else's.
Well, the tax impacts that we do it on the voter's guide. We've never done it on the warrant articles.
I could swear
As
that I-
published on the ballot.
Okay. And then, just a comment on this article. I think this is excellent, but I would ask that maybe this be presented in a larger format for the voters with a square foot cost so that they know what this is going to cost them per that. And I'm asking if there's a 3D rendering of what this building will look like.
3D rendering as
Just
in like a model you can
Yeah.
touch?
No.
Or
Not full
Virtual.
3D, but a visual.
a visual? Yeah,
Yes.
we have those.
Okay, And then just one comment on this, and you stressed with the old buildings, the ingress and egress, and it would appear that this is lacking. I only count 3 ways of getting in and out of this building. And that far right corner doesn't have a way in or out.
Yeah, there's one in the front, there's one in the back, and there's one on the side.
Yeah.
And there's an airlock-style entrance in the front where the reception area is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
correct.
it would appear that there should be.
And I think in the
another-
conference room, there's probably 1 or 2 doors. If there's not, we can add them, that's easy. This is a schematic that we've had to solicit quotes. This is not the bid document.
Yeah.
But this is more than what we had when we built the middle school 20-something years ago, I want to tell you.
And it's certainly more than the average taxpayer is going to have in front of them when they go in to make a vote on this. The other
Correct.
thing is, this article does not explain the way this is funded over 15 years. The average taxpayer may look at this and think, they're in it for $6.9 million day one. And actually, you're over a 15-year period, and then what's that effect on the tax rate? It isn't 6.9 right up front.
That's the beauty of the voter's guide that we've been doing. In fact, if Rosemary's still here, she was my editor on the voter's guide.
She's still here.
Okay, so maybe I'll tap her again to see if she'll help me out with
Okay.
this, right? So yeah, that's where the voter's guide comes in. So we spread out the bond issue. We do the tax impact per year too, in cents per thousand, the whole thing. That's the beauty of the voter's guide.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of people who go into the ballots and they hold those little pieces of paper. Well, now it's a big kind of fold out, but they have them with them. And we give them a sample ballot on the back that they can even pencil in what they're thinking about voting on.
Yeah.
So we try and get all the information out as possible. But when you do it on a ballot, you're limited by what you can put and you can't put, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
Thank
Facebook
you.
limit you on your little Merrimack School District page?
Facebook, well,
Yeah. Are you limited what you can put there?
I can put, well, seeing that I've been doing the Facebook page for 15 years, I think I can put whatever I
I
would.
think you should up your game there.
Up my game, okay.
Because that's where they all like to share
They
their
like to share
information.
everything? Well, Bill, I need a stipend for that, okay?
You can give me access, I'll up your game.
Can I ask one more question, please? Can I ask an actual question? Sorry. So with so much talk of this being in the like a community space, especially for the conference room center, have you guys talked with the town at all for any kind of funding in their reserves that could help fund this?
No, we have not talked to the town about having them fund any of this. We have talked to the town briefly. I have made a connection with Nick LaValle. Nick LaValle is awesome. He's the communications director over at the town, runs Merrimack TV, brilliant guy. And so if we ever want to do any broadcasts from there, we're going to bring him in and kind of firm that up. But as far as asking them for any funds to fund this, no, we have not.
Yes.
So here's my thought on this. As a committee who's supposed to be fiscally prudent with the taxpayers' money, who already knows that this proposed budget is $2.5 to $3.5 million increase, we have an opportunity to save money from the budget and not further add funds to these line items, which would bring our overall budget increase down over time. So I recognize that the first payment of $172 for the first year is less than the cost that it might be to build something, $174,000. But the subsequent years, 2 through 15, is not 174. It is 696, and slowly decreasing to 490, whatever it is. So what you're saying is, The line item that we've just paid off, $775,000 a year in the budget for the last bond, we are now going to, hooray, we have saved money, we're down to zero, and then we're going to add debt back into our budget, which we already know is way too high for the community to absorb. That is what I'm seeing from this warrant article. It is essentially adding more debt back into an already inflated budget that the community has expressed that they cannot afford. I do not think that this is the right time for this expenditure, and I do not think it is fiscally responsible to be adding that level of debt per year back into the budget when we have other priorities that are directly impacting students.
Thank you.
So, and I agree with you. And just to clarify, if we say yes to this $7 million, we're saving money. And I agree with you, the first year, is $600,000 savings, next year's $100,000, that's $120,000. But each year we are saving money. Now, this building that we're talking about is actually two buildings, and we didn't go through the presentation today. I really wish we did, because if you guys haven't seen it, it's eye-opening. It's a very unsafe condition, and I'm careful what I'm saying here, because people do work there. It is so unsafe. The mold is peeling off the walls. They had to create a desk under the stairs for someone, and that someone put, I don't know, wrapping paper up under the stairs so that the dust wouldn't fall down on them. When we interview, the school board's most important goal, I'm not sure what they say it is, but what I say it is getting the right teachers to the school district and retaining them. When people come in for a job, that's the first building they see. They go into Bill's office if they can, if they're not in a wheelchair, and then they get to sit in an old house. And if they don't get into Bill's office, because if there's more than two people, they go to the conference room, which is the kitchen. Our most sensitive group in the school district, I would say, are special needs kids. In a safety environment, as well as, just school records. You walk into that building, you can hear a pin drop throughout the whole building. And now I'm talking about the other building. You can't, if you haven't seen it, you have to look at the website. You got to go through the Q&A. There was a school board meeting where they asked a lot of great questions, and I think it'll clear up a lot. This is not a want. This is a need. If for some reason something happens in that building, which I'm not sure how it hasn't happened yet, they're going to kick us out of the building. And to Bill's point, that cost, whatever we do decide to do, whether it's trailers or whatever the solution is going to be a temporary cost that's very expensive. This building increases $500,000 every year we don't do it. We do need it. We know that. So we have a spot to put it now. And Rachel, I'm with you. If something else comes up, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be the same problem now with this building. I know it's not students, but we still need these people in these buildings. And, there are students in one of the buildings. They have to be in there. They have to work in there. They have to have communication with those people. This is, yeah. So then, about the cost and fiscally getting bids, Matt's been doing this for 20 years, getting bids on this very building. He's seen them go up and continue to increase. There's a couple of bids here, and by the way, there's some contingencies here. Maybe that can get pulled out. This is very rough, just to get it to a point where something's being done. Yeah, it's needed, guys. The school board knows it's needed. I understand we're talking about making some cuts in other areas. That's not tied to this. This is needed. I had one other point I wanted to make, and it's slipping my mind, so I might jump back. But I'm on the Planning and Building Committee, so if there's any questions, we've been diving into this as well for the last 6 months, 8 months, so we got a preview. So if there's any questions, I'd love to answer them, as well as, I mean, obviously, these two guys are here, but, yeah.
Lee?
Several years ago, the town voted to purchase the red building and that property. The plan with that approved process was what we're seeing in front of us today. There was no alternate to buy that building and use it. That was not part of the process. The process was to buy the building, demolish it, and use it for just this purpose. That's what we're seeing in front of us, and that's what the town voted on. It is our duty to follow through on not a need, not a desired project, but something that the town desperately needs. As Shane so eloquently said, this has gone far beyond where it should have. And it's just going to cost us more and more money each year. I mean, the school board sat on the red building for several years. That ended up costing us an extra $50,000 to demolish that building because they were not willing to do it in a timely manner.
Plus maintenance and utilities and everything for all the years that they didn't. Sometimes
Correct.
being short-term fiscally responsible is long-term irresponsible.
And that's what Bill eloquently said earlier today. The cost of doing nothing is not nothing. All right, there is a cost associated. This is something that the town will do, be it this year or next, or some year following. All right, but the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost.
I'm going to put in one bit of, again, procedural perspective. We are not determining whether this goes on the ballot. This warrant article is bound for the ballot and will be decided as it should be by the voters. What we are deciding is what the little numbers that represent our committee beneath it will say. And those are important, but the decision that we make tonight is not a determiner of whether or not this building is built. I have my own thought on it, but I want to make sure I don't jump the queue if anybody else wished to speak. Bill, were you?
May I just, there was something I meant to say to address Rachel's question, and that is, please keep in mind that most states, including this one, do have some state aid for school construction projects, not necessarily for office facilities, but nearly every state in the country has some degree of financial assistance that they provide to cities and towns for, in this case, to school departments, for school-related construction expenses.
Thank you. I have one thought myself on this one, and that is I have complex thoughts about the building itself. However, I think that it is deeply appropriate that the voters consider it. I'm glad that it's going forward as an article, and I am going to recommend it on those grounds. Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe I do. In your opinion, how long will it be before the two buildings you're in now are condemned?
That's difficult to say. Sometimes it depends on the person who's inspecting the facility. Some are more lenient than others. I've seen that over my career. But there does come a point in time where those who are in charge of inspectional services, fire, planning and building department, will make a determination that this building is not suited for habitation and for office use. It's very difficult, Dan, to say precisely when that might be. I've seen, I was in one particular location in Massachusetts for a long time. I've seen some inspectional services people who are very, very strict. I've seen others who have said, look, if you can do this, do that, and fix it up a little bit. But those were facilities, my experience is those were facilities that were not in the same shape that these two buildings are. Those were usable buildings that had some degree of improvement needed. These facilities are getting worse and worse every year. They really are. And as I said, the last thing I want to do as a public official is engage in emotional hyperbole, because nobody believes that. Nobody believes you if you say, well, if we don't have these buildings replaced by a new building, then the whole school district is going to fall apart. No, that's not the case. It's just that it's impractical to think of other solutions. It's wasteful to think of other solutions, whether they be temporary modular classrooms, because those are soft materials that are subject to decay and deterioration, particularly from moisture. It's illogical to think that we can divide up and split. We already talked about some of the, the tightness in some of the buildings, that we could split up and have our offices in various buildings around the district. That doesn't work at all. As Matt said, we're always talking with each other. We're always bouncing ideas off each other. I don't want to leave Mastacola to go over to the middle school or the high school or someplace else to just have a conversation with him that needs to take place in person. So that this is when I know lots of people's thoughts come into play, but you have to think of what the function, the basic administrative function, is about, and what type of space is needed to conduct that function. So.
Thank you. We can talk as long as people want to, but I want to remind the group again, if you are not convincing others and you're just stating your opinion, if you want to put it out there for the record, that's great, you feel free, but we've spent half an hour on one article. Yes, okay, if you want to do that on the mic, we certainly can.
I call the question.
Okay, calling the question is seconded. Calling the question means that it requires a second and a 2/3 affirmative vote. If there is a 2/3 vote, then it moves immediately forward without any further discussion. 2/3 of our body is Dan. Dan seconded. Yes. What is 2/3 of our body?
I don't know, but we'll probably all vote, right?
8. Yes. So is that 8 or 9? I think it's 9. Yes, I'm going to say 2/3 is 9, unless anybody wants to challenge that determination.
Probably should have.
Okay, so the question has been called. We're going to have an affirmative vote, so voting yes calls the question, so we will go immediately to a vote on the main motion. Voting no is a request that we continue to discuss this item. Does that make sense to all? Okay, those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. This means we go directly to a vote on the main motion. The main motion is to recommend that a motion that the Budget Committee recommend Article 2. All those in favor, please indicate. All opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. The warrant and the motion passed. The warrant and ballot will read recommended by the Budget Committee vote. What is the number? 1201. 1210. Yes. I have been reminded that in our policies we need to shift to roll call votes for these. We'll let the current one stand because it was very clear within that and it is on tape, but we'll need to do a roll call on the upcoming ones. Okay, Article 3 is not moneyed. We need not discuss it. Article 4 is the negotiated staff contract. That means that I will put forward a motion. I move that the Budget Committee recommend Article 4. Make sure I get the right number. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, I'll open it to discussion. Okay, Dan has called a question. The power, once you've realized what's going on, Shane has seconded. Yes. Okay, the question has been called.
Last week when I tried to do that.
Mhm. Okay. Those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. The motion to call the question passes. We will go directly to a vote on the main motion, which is for the Budget Committee to recommend Article 4. This. We got to do roll call. We got to do roll call on this one. waiting for Pat.
Heather?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Naomi Halter?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Mackenzie?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Naomi Schoenfeld?
Yes.
And Jennifer?
Yes.
13-0-0.
The motion passed. The warrant and ballot article will read, recommended by the Budget Committee, vote 13-0-0. Article 5 is not a moneyed article, so it requires no action on our part. Article 6, which is the article on roof replacement for the elementary and upper elementary schools. I will put forward the motion. I move that the Budget Committee recommend Article 6. Is there a second? I see Heather as the second, and I'll open it for discussion.
I think we should call the question.
I second that.
Okay. I'm going to be a stickler just for fun. Do you think we should, or are you calling the question?
I am calling the question.
Thank you very much.
And I am seconding it.
Thank you very much.
Who called the
Okay.
question?
In order for that to happen, we require a two-thirds affirmative vote. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate so. All opposed? Thank you.
One.
Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes the two-thirds requirement, and we will move to a vote on the main motion. This is going to be a roll call vote.
I spelled it wrong. Lee?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Chuck? Rachel?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Mackenzie?
Yes.
Naomi Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Heather?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Jennifer McCormick?
Yes.
Naomi Halter?
Yes.
Also unanimous.
The motion passed. The warrant and ballot will read, recommended by the Budget Committee, vote 13-0-0. The final article is Article 8, and we're not going to vote on it directly because this is the heart of our discussion, and people have other motions and discussions they'd like to have on it at this time. We did not finish our work in our last work session. That said, any person at this table has the power to move that forward at any time they like by creating a motion that the committee approve it. That is one of the ways that you can speed things up if you think we're ready. Having put that on the table as well, I'm going to set aside the warrant articles apart from Article 8 and move us on to discussion. Let's see.
Can you recap where we are?
Absolutely. Okay, so at our last, at our work session, we came to, as we do every year, discuss the items that had built up over the course of the quite a few meetings that we'd had over several months. Committee members had been asked to hold much of their discussion for the working session as opposed to having it in those presentation times. The school board brought forward some requests at that time, and we spent that meeting quite profitably discussing and resolving those. What we have left, the number that we have right now is the number that we were left at the end of that night. We adjourned at midnight, almost to the dot. And I'm told we missed being the longest meeting ever by minutes. Minutes. Yes, they told me after I would have postponed us just to get the record, but no, we couldn't do that. On the projector, and I know that it is small, but I cannot make it bigger. You also received this as a handout in email. You have a summary of where our current proposed budget lands by department that we talked about. There's one difference from the piece that you were given, and that is when I drew up my draft prior to the minutes being done, I indicated that the mentor line was funded as it had been in the administrator or initial budget, and that was not the way the motion went. That was incorrect, and so that has been fixed in the totals that are before you tonight. So it's open for people to make motions on anything to do with the budget that you wish towards these pieces. I have a few things I'm wondering about, but I will wait until other folks put forward their favorite pieces. Or I can begin. Chuck.
I move that we reduce the budget by $4 million.
Is there a second? Lee seconds. Is there discussion?
Well, in deference to the individuals that were here this evening and other individuals that say that it's too large a budget and we can find alternatives and we can live with less and do more with less, and all of the arguments that I've been hearing for a number of years, I want them to know that we heard all of those arguments and that I'm putting forward a motion to cut the budget by $4 million. And that is my entire intent in bringing it forward.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
I really do not appreciate the motion. I feel that it is making a mockery of the process and that we have actual motions that need to be made on specific line items, and I would like to get to that process.
Would you like to do something to move it forward? For those in the audience who don't know what I keep nagging at, we have a cheat sheet of possible motions and ways to amend things that we are referring to.
Let's see.
You can call the question, Jen.
Shall I call the question? Because I was going to withdraw the motion, but it's not my motion,
It's
so I
not your
guess
motion,
I
yeah,
can't.
so call the
You
question.
can withdraw it even if it's not your motion.
Oh, very good.
Absolutely.
I move to withdraw the motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Gina.
I appreciate everybody's opinions, but I don't agree with yours, Jennifer. Chuck was
I'm sorry. Did we get a second?
No, there's no
We
second
need a
yet.
second before we discuss
I'll
it.
second it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Ellen. Go ahead, Gina.
Chuck was the chair of the Budget Committee for a long time. I don't think his intent was a mockery of the process. I do think that there are pertinent items that we need to discuss, but I think we just need to keep that in mind and just be respectful of everyone.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion to withdraw. And if there's no further discussion, then we will put that to a vote. All those in favor of withdrawing the motion, please indicate. Does everybody understand what you are or not voting for? Yes or no? Yes, okay. All those in favor of withdrawing the motion, please indicate now. All opposed? You need to pick one, folks, unless you're going to abstain. Any abstentions?
I would like to call the question. Can I do that?
That's what we're doing.
Perfect.
But that vote was not to call the question. Yes, yes. Did you get a number from that? Okay. Let's back up and make sure everybody understands what we're doing, shall we? Okay. As I understand it, we had a motion put forward by Mr. Mower. We then had a motion to withdraw that put forward and seconded. What we are doing now is voting on whether to withdraw the motion. The count for the first vote was not, we didn't write it down. We didn't get it down, so we're doing that one again. All those in favor of withdrawing the motion, please indicate. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The noes. The people who were no, raise your hand again. Leave it up. Like you're in elementary school, leave your hand up. And abstentions?
I voted abstain every single time. I just seconded the motion. I did not. Go back, replay, instant replay. That's right. That's next. Here, I have a flag.
Red flag. Has to be red.
Okay. Okay, so the motion, so that is the motion fails. I'm going to put a word in here. I think that the motion is interesting and is intended to challenge us and is in some ways perhaps tongue-in-cheek, perhaps not. I am not the person who made the motion. I cannot determine that. But I do not think it is a mockery per se. I don't think we should spend a huge amount of time on this. I think the sense of it is clear, and I do think we should move along. But I would encourage people to be moderate in their language in reference to each other while we have these deliberations. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay, let us vote. All those in favor of reducing the budget by $4 million, please indicate by raising your hand. All those opposed? Got it? Any abstentions? One opposed. The motion to cut the budget by $4 million fails. Are there any other issues that individuals would like to bring forward for discussion or motion, or more to the point, any motions to bring forward? So I have one. Jennifer, were you going to say something? Go. It is your time.
So I don't understand what the school board contingency funds are exactly for, so I would like to make a motion that we reduce the budget by that line item of $100,000. I understand it's in case we need to adjust staffing due to growth, but there really isn't much, in my opinion, to justify it. So I would like to make the motion that we reduce the budget by that line item. 100.
You can name the last digits. It will be enough.
8430.00.
Thank you. Is there a second? I see Lee as a second.
What page is it on, Jen?
Page 2 of the district.
So I'm going to say that this item has an interesting past that makes it delightful that it's being brought forward as a motion, because last year, this is money that the Budget Committee suggested and then was removed later on in deliberative session. This year, it makes a return in the budget itself, and we are the ones deliberating whether to leave it or remove it. And so there's a lovely irony in that full circle. Yes.
There's actually more history than that. It was created originally during COVID as a contingency fund because nobody really knew what was going on during COVID. And then last year, the school board was like, yeah, this was for COVID, we don't need it anymore, so let's take it out. And then that discussion that you were talking about happened. I believe its intent this year was like last year with the extra kids coming into kindergarten at Reed's Ferry that we weren't expecting. The intention was like if we would come across a situation like that where all of a sudden we're needing to hire 2 more kindergarten teachers that we hadn't budgeted for. That was the intention of that line. And like a procedural thing, if you reduce the line to 0, we have no ability to move funds into that line, am I correct? Whereas if you reduce it to like $1
or 1 penny,
we can still use it if we need it.
Yes. So Matt, can you clarify that first? That is important. When we reduce it, is it correct that if we reduce a line to 0, it changes your ability to move money around?
When you're looking at the MS-27, which is the budget that's posted, there's regular education, there's special education, there's school board services, there's a lot of stuff like that. There's operation of maintenance and plant, which is probably like $7-8 million. So if you take a line out of that, it doesn't affect the overall function. So if you were to take the money and zero it out, you wouldn't put money back into that, but it wouldn't hinder the school board from looking elsewhere into the budget to hire an extra teacher if class sizes at Reed's or Thornton's or MES would zoom up to 30 to 1 and we need another teacher. We just do that.
Okay, so since it's a contingency line, there wouldn't be
Yes.
reason to transfer money into it.
No.
What about other lines? When we zero them, would that be the case that they... So, for example, if
You have to zero out an entire purpose.
Okay.
Like if you wanted to take care of any line that was in the regular ed function, you'd have to zero out $40 million worth of regular ed. Okay?
So I will make the following request. If we are discussing something that means that we are doing something inadvertently that restricts the school board's ability to move money around, please let us know as we have our discussions. Good? Other thoughts or comments? Gina?
I just wanted to add that in support of Naomi's comment, I met with the elementary school principals, and they talked about this in length. So it wasn't a contingency. It was indeed an actual event that did happen. The average class size for kindergarten is 85. Reed's Ferry had 119, which was unanticipated. They did have some resources at hand that they could use with furniture and such, but it's not an unexpected contingency that's could potentially happen. It already has. So just to make that clear, that came directly from the principals who did express.
So I have a thought to put out there. This is mine own as opposed to the chair. I actually agree. It's sitting there money as opposed to money with a purpose, and it brings us closer to agreement with the school board's number. That said, if there is going to be an increase or a need for teachers that is relatively clear to predict, is that something that should be reflected directly in the budget as opposed to in a contingency line? Is that something that needs to be looked at as well, or do you feel that the hiring, yes, please, Bill.
May I just say, I think in most school department budgets, certainly in the budgeting process that I've been associated with, if you have a reasonably strong idea that there could be an influx of students, we're particularly looking at Chestnut Hill. Those of you who have been up there know that they're large homes, they're multi-bedroom homes. It's in the Mastrocola Elementary School District. That's our primary area of concern, is the rate of occupancy there has been a little bit slower over the last year to year and a half than what we had expected, but it is beginning to tick upward now, and that's the area that we're we're most concerned about. And so having a contingency as a hedge against the need for additional staff is not unusual at all. In fact, it's better to isolate it in my opinion, a contingency account so we can explain it better to you and to the public than try to put it into some individual school account that we're really not sure what's going to happen. And we don't want to put it in there with great certainty when we're not sure. Here, our main point of suspect is that particular development and what impact it may have on MES.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and Bill's right. I mean, MES would be the lower grades, but when I go up there, I don't recognize it because I remember when everything was all woods before we built the middle school, and there's a lot of three-car garages up there. In fact, everybody has a three-car garage. So the starting price on those homes got to be $800K, $900,000 easy, and a lot of times, people who can afford those houses, they probably don't have really small kids. Maybe they drift more towards middle school kids. So it may impact either MES, or it could impact the upper elementary school, or it could impact the middle school. We're not sure, but it's just a contingency, like Bill said.
Thank you. Other thoughts or questions? Rachel?
So I originally had the same thoughts on zeroing out the contingency, but then as I've kind of gone through some of my own questions and thoughts on this, I'm actually going to make a motion. I'm going to move that we amend the motion to whether it sits in this line or it moves to a different line, but use it as a contingency to move the staff out of the SAU buildings to a safe location while either the buildings are being, if the bond passes, people will still have to go somewhere, I believe, in order to be safe. Or if it does not pass, we need to get people out of those buildings. So that's my thought now on moving to either keep that 100,000, but keep it as a contingency for movement of people, or move it to a different line item, which makes sense.
Now, you put this forward as amending the motion.
Mm-hmm.
I need language.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I probably gave all my discussion there. So I move that we amend the motion to utilize the school board contingency for the movement of people out of the SAU buildings.
May I ask a question, Naomi?
Mm-hmm.
And please, this is not a disrespectful question, but is that a decision that is in the purview of this committee? My feeling is it's within the purview of the school board and the administration. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Rachel.
No,
I have
I don't
greatest
take it.
respect for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But it just seems like it's not a decision that rests here.
Well,
That's just my gut level feel.
I can perhaps simplify it a little bit more, and that is dedicating money to a particular purpose is a line item, and I don't believe there's a line item for the transfer for the movement of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure how that would be expressed within the budget. Yes.
However, the movement of, it's a contingency fund. Just because we described it as for using it for more teachers, we could use it for the contingency of we need to get people out of buildings, so.
Now, here's the issue. I hear what you're trying to do, and I actually agree with the concern that's being brought up. This is perhaps one of the problems with a contingency fund, in that if it's needed for teachers and it's a broad contingency fund, then people say, well, why not this, why not that, why not the other thing? If it's for teachers, then if it's needed for that, then it's needed for that. And if people need to move, they still need to move. So I'm not sure how to parse that. We have the motion. Do you want to go for a second and move forward with it? But we need a line item of some kind to go with.
Okay, so I guess maybe not, but I
Okay.
don't know how. Okay, I will withdraw that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I will suggest that once we vote on the motion, depending on how it goes, you could follow up with a second motion on that same money. Okay. Shane,
I call the question on the original motion.
please. Okay, we are
I'll
calling the
second it.
question. We have a second from Ellen. Okay, the original motion, the language of which I did not write down precisely. There's a motion
I
to,
think it was a motion to reduce the budget by $100,000 by zeroing out this line item. And the line item in question ends in 8430.00 and is titled School Board Contingency.
thank you. Who seconded the original motion? I believe it was, are we putting Lee, were you for it? I couldn't see whose hand was up. Thank you very much. Okay, the question has been called, so it requires a second, which it had. Yes? Yes, thank you. And a 2/3 affirmative vote in order to pass. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. All those opposed? We're going too fast. Please raise your hands again if you're in favor. Yes. I'll wait till you finish counting before. All opposed? Any abstentions? The question is called. Did you vote in favor? Thank you. Okay. We're just keeping you on your toes, Chuck. Okay, so we could go directly to a vote on the main motion, which is to reduce the budget by $100,000 by zeroing out the line item ending in 8430.00 School Board Contingency Fund. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Good. All opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. What is our outcome? 742 in favor? Okay, so the motion passes. Lori, I'm sorry, you wanted to speak earlier and I got caught up in making it happen.
It would be my suggestion if we could keep $1 in that account.
We can absolutely restore $1 to that account. The idea was that, I believe Matt told us it doesn't matter if it's empty. I will move to put $1 back if it makes an actual difference. Is it necessary? Excellent. Okay, I move that we restore $1 to the proposed to the previous line.
Second.
We've got Michelle as a second.
Well,
I am going to, as opposed to, instead of calling the motion, which I like that you're doing, let's make sure nobody has, because if nobody has discussion, it's faster to just vote. Is there any discussion?
well, why aren't we making it $10 like all the other lines?
Because he asked for one.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Bill, you should have gone for 10.
Yes. Lee?
It is my understanding that there is prognosticated by Matt that there's almost a $6 million overage in the budget this year. That's a rough guesstimate. Could potentially be. There is more than enough money to be moved around such that we do not need a $1 line item so that they can move something arbitrarily. That's my point.
Thank you. Yes.
Our very capable expert administrators who we have hired to run the district well have asked for it, and so I will support it.
Yeah. If they want $1, I'll give them it really doesn't. Any other discussion? All those in favor of restoring $1 to the aforementioned line, please indicate so. All those opposed? Thank you. All in favor? Putting $1 back. We're putting $1 back. Yes. Okay. Are we ready for the opposed? All opposed? Thank you. Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes. I think for simplicity's sake, let's just put $1 in anything that is going towards zero, unless we have reason not to. Okay. I have one thing that I see administration beginning to meander a little bit, and I don't blame them one bit, but I think there's something that has to be addressed potentially while we have folks in the room, and that is, I have heard and I concur with increasing concern with what we're hearing about the buildings, and whether or not people are safe in them now, and as such, whether or not we are appropriately funded to maintain the safety of those individuals between now and either the next budget or between now and when the building is complete, depending on which one becomes reality.
What we really would like to do is to get the fire department report before making a definitive statement one way or another. We have done testing in those buildings. At the time we did testing, we found areas of dampness. We cut the paneling off. This is in the basement of special services. We took the paneling out, we took the ceiling tiles out, we took bleach, we put it on some of the 2x4s in the furnace room, we remediated the mold, and the instructions were, and you can read the reports, they're up there on the website, was to be mindful and to just watch what's going on. So I think that if the bond passes, people, as long as they just, I don't want people in the cellar. It's not because it's a hazard, it's because it has the potential. And let's say we don't notice it right away. You know, so if we keep people out of the basement of special services, and we get the fire marshal's report, I'd feel a lot better. But I don't think we need to take any really drastic measures. We've been there for 30 years. We can be there for a few more months or another year or so, and I think everything will be fine as long as we stay on top of it and we make sure things are maintained well, and if any dampness does come into the building, that we take care of it right away, like we have been.
There has been discussion, directly, repeatedly mention of the basement being unsafe from a fire perspective, and this concerns me greatly.
That is true. If you look at that, it's a residential home. If it's an office building, if you were to build a brand-new office building, planning board would not approve those plans, okay? We need another authority to tell us no. We don't have that. We have never had that.
So two pieces on that. Thank you. That's very helpful. First, my question is, do we currently have the funding in the current proposed operating budget as it currently stands for this committee to deal with it if that fire marshal report comes back and says vacate the buildings? That's the first part of my question. The second question has to do, again, I understand you're saying, I'm concerned with the level of the safety rhetoric. If the basement is unsafe, regardless of whether or not there's a report, if a life were lost, that would be on us, because we've talked about it. From an ethical point of view. And the degree to which it's been talked about has left me with this level of concern. So what I'm interested in is whether or not we, as individuals appropriating funds, are appropriating a sufficient amount to deal with this if and when it hits crisis, if and then there's no new building by that point.
If there's a crisis, we always have the ability to hold a special meeting. Remember last time we held a special meeting?
Mm-hmm.
The fire department wanted to take 3 acres of land across the street from Thorntons Ferry Elementary School. We have a 13-acre parcel across the street from Thorntons Ferry Elementary School, right with Continental Boulevard with a curb cut in it. They wanted to build a fire station there. We had a special meeting. We always have the ability to call that, if needed.
So if I'm understanding correctly,
And then we go through this whole process all over again.
If I'm understanding correctly, what you're indicating is that the level of risk such as it is one that you would consider appropriate for planning for a special meeting as opposed to planning for immediate funding?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Matt? Thank you. Just as a clarification, I understand the language as such that that lower door in the basement, I can't think of the word.
It's a bifold door.
Yeah, the bulkhead.
The bulkhead.
The bulkhead
yes.
is not a
It's not an egress.
means of egress.
No.
To code.
Correct.
Is it still usable? Can somebody walk out that door?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Mhm.
And it's accessible in such a manner that if there was an issue, it could still be used, even though technically it's not.
Technically,
per
it's not,
code.
but yes, in practicality, yes, it can.
That sits better in my mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to, you just affirmed that. I'm going to have you affirm it one more time because I believe in the video that was viewed at one of the school board meetings, they indicated that door does not open. So I want to make sure that,
How about I go down and open it up tomorrow?
I
I'll give you a
believe you if
call.
you say so. I just want to make sure of the
I
two.
have opened that door in the past.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, there are other issues people want to bring forward. Gina?
I'd like to discuss 832306. It is in the special services, and it's page, I don't know what, 1. This is specifically for intervention, continuing services for the YES program. Heather and I and Mackenzie met with the coordinators, well, actually just one, for the special services. We completely appreciate what they do. I have a daughter who's going through that. I think their service is very valuable, but I have concerns about the YES program. I realize that they did give us some additional information. It looks like it has 2 sole purposes: increase school attendance as evidenced by a decrease in absences and tardies, and a decrease, number 2, in disciplinary referrals as evidenced by office referrals. But it does say, it should be noted, that the YES intervention program is not a special education service, as the staff members do not provide specialized instructions designed to remediate a disability. Therefore, we're talking about, what can we do to cut the budget? How can we look at this? The YES program, it's contracted out. And we have discussed in detail before how, contractors, the cost can be higher. So I move that we amend, or, I don't know, I want to reduce the amount. How do I do
So-
that?
You can simply move that a certain amount be placed in that line or be calculated in that line.
Okay, I move that we reduce it to the 2023-2024 budgeted of 60,000 versus a 369.50.
Second.
I'll take that second.
Now, can you repeat, okay, whether it was Rachel or Ellen, Pat, that will be up to you. Could you repeat the motion, please, the bulk of it?
Yes, I move that we take item 832306 for the intervention and continuing services and propose the original budgeted amount of $60,000.
Is the original,
Is 60, and
Do
the
you mean
proposed
the-
is 369.50. So the budgeted amount, I move that we accept the budgeted amount of 60,000 versus what the proposed is.
okay, what is the name of the line?
SEL/intervention/continuing services.
Thank you.
And she's
Contract
referring-
services, sorry, it's
Contract
contracts,
service.
CONT,
And
sorry.
she's referring to the prior budgeted amount.
That's what
not
I was
the
asking.
current
2023,
year.
2024 budgeted was 60.
I'm
So
going to suggest a friendly amendment to the way you're phrasing it and suggest that you level
for it.
fund it.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And did we have a second? Yes, we did. Discussion, would you like to speak to your motion? Bill?
May I just say, the reason for that you see an increase is, and I can't tell you how this happened, but some of that money was appropriated in a different account where it did not belong. And so in the process of correcting it, we've put it in the correct account. I believe it was in outside placement account previously. I will say to you that we are making every effort to hire staff to perform the functions that contractors, including this organization, are doing. We absolutely recognize the cost differential between hiring our own people and utilizing contractors. One of our main and primary missions is to reduce that expenditure. We just need to be able to hire people. You know, as you said, Gina, some of the YES staff work with students on absenteeism. It's an extraordinary issue post-COVID that many school districts are experiencing. You know, when I first started here, I couldn't believe the rate of absences of students. But then, as I began to look at it across the state and across the region, every district seems to be having that same issue. In fact, in Massachusetts, Patrick Tutwiler, who was the Secretary of Education, used to be an assistant principal for me in Westford. Pat has recently done a public service message to parents to do everything they can to get students to school. Okay, so part of that is absenteeism. Part of it is working with students who are having a problem on a daily basis, weekly basis, in dysregulation. We need somebody to work with them. We don't have the in-house people, so we contract with that. Some students are in there for relatively short periods of intervention. Some are longer periods. Matt, did you want to make a comment?
Well, it's
I'm going to just hold that thought. I want you to get back to it, but I think I'm hearing a great many different people concerned specifically about this, whether this program is cost effective to what it is intending to do. And I think maybe part of what we're looking for is whether there are cost savings to be had there this year immediately, or whether this is something that needs to be addressed in a planned manner. It does appear that this is something that there is shared understanding with the board and with administration that's something to look at. Is it something that can or should affect this budget?
Like anything else, particularly that involves students, and students with some issues that we need to deal with, we need to take a planned approach. I mean, we just can't cut the cord here and delete the services in full or in part. So I think it's more prudent to take a more planned and measured approach.
Thank you. Matt, I cut you off. Do you want to add anything in?
Well, this is totally different. This is getting back to the bulkhead.
Mm-hmm.
I called up Mike Dumais, our facilities director.
Thank you.
It opens.
Excellent.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very appreciated.
That sits much better
Heather.
with me, Matt. Thank you.
Hi, Bill, I just had a question. So I was in part of the group, as Gina said, that met with Sarah Reinhardt, and I do remember her mentioning that some of the salaries were moved here. And I know when I asked Matt at our last budget meeting, if we were spending over $300,000, he said that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, that there were, yes, contractors that were in other line items in the budget that aren't captured in this area. Is that correct? Okay, so I guess my question is, how many contractors do we have for the YES program right now? Because Sarah Reinhardt, I believe she mentioned that we have about 26 students currently in the program, and obviously that number can change with time, but I'm just trying to figure out how many contractors we currently employ as a district.
You know, Heather, I'm sorry I don't have that exact number for you, but I can
And
send that to the committee tomorrow. Do you have that?
I will
It's my
also.
turn at the table. We have 3 contractors from YES. One
Thank
that
you.
manages the ISS room here at the high school. His name is Dave. And then we have Mark with a beard and Mark without a beard. And Mark with a beard works at the Upper L, and Mark with a beard works at the middle school.
Thank you. I will add at
Thank
this
you.
point, just for the. Yes.
Yes, Mark with a beard and Mark.
And I'm going to add at this point, for context, a request was submitted for quite a bit of detailed information on this. However, as is appropriate, I believe administration prioritized the work on the staff contract over pulling numbers for us for that one, which I wholeheartedly approve of as having something that happens. So there may or may not be certain answers that otherwise we might have gotten. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I guess I'm confused because are you saying that this 360,000 represents 3 staff members for the YES program for 26 kids? Is that right? Didn't we have something that was proposed by the school board to move a staff member,
The in-school
the
suspension?
in-school suspension person to the
Correct.
high school? So does that not drop
Yes.
the need for one of those salaries?
That's my
Okay,
question
so
too.
it wouldn't be unreasonable to drop this number, 360,000, down by at least the cost of that one FTE that we
I
are
believe,
using.
I believe that FTE is already removed from that
That's correct.
particular
It is, and it
line.
was 65,000, and it's on this page.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so
That's-
then what does this number represent?
That represents the balance of what we feel is the obligation in terms of continuing the YES services. And, there's where, look, we will readily admit that somebody has to do this job and address the behaviors and attendance of these students, but we need our own people. Because you are going to see a decline in this account if we are able to hire our own people.
And I'm going to put forward the following, again, personal as opposed to chair point, and that is, as we were retaining funding along one line and not another, something that I put forward was the idea that it is important not to change prior to the change. In other words, to keep things funded at levels that they currently are and then adjust it as is. I think that this program needs looking at, and I think we've heard that on a variety of fronts. And I would anticipate we'll see movement on that in a year or in 2 years, I would guess in one from this. But to remove the funding without that analysis, it sounds like might leave students without services.
And I appreciate that approach and thought.
So we have a motion. Any more discussion or calling the question or anything else people want to do to it? Great. Okay, we have the calling of the question.
I call the question.
And it's seconded by Lee. The motion on the floor was to level fund the indicated line, which related to, do you have the line name still available?
Yes, SEL Intervention Contracted Services.
Thank you. We're calling the question. A vote in favor indicates that this will go immediately to vote without further discussion. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate so. All opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion to call the question passes. We go to the vote on the main motion. I'm getting good at this. Okay, on we go. Okay, all those in favor of level funding the indicated line, please indicate so. Thank you. All opposed? Okay, the motion fails. Funding will remain as it is in our current draft. Any further items that individuals would like to bring forward? I'll remind you at this time that while I absolutely am committed to talking about anything people want to talk about, you can at any time move that we approve the operating budget at the number that we currently have, which is... Is it up to date? Great. Which is $93,511,318.40. I believe that will be rounded, but I'm not sure. Which is a 0.24% difference from the proposal or request, I should use my own correct language, the request put forward by the school board.
I move that we accept the budget at $93,511,318.40.
I second
Thank
it.
you. Okay, we have a motion, and we have Ellen as a second. Any discussion? I will begin the vote. Were you going to say something? I couldn't tell.
I guess I was just going to say that I don't think that we've done our due diligence on all of the line items here today.
Are there any particular items that you feel we should continue in order to talk about?
I did have a list, but.
Would you be willing to share some? There might be ones that we want to talk about. If you have a sense of it, you don't have to.
I'm happy to share some thoughts, but
I think that I think what I'm asking is that it is fully appropriate that while we're discussing whether to approve this number, those who have other ideas they'd like to discuss should mention it so that we can take that into account in our vote.
I specifically wanted to know more information about some of the items in the object that is SEP, related services, in terms of psychological testing and just general related services across the board for all of the schools. That's not an area that I felt I had a good understanding of, and there are some high dollar amounts there. So I wanted to see if there was any opportunity to look at those, or at least have a discussion around whether any of those could be addressed.
It seems to me that it would be fair to bring those up during this discussion before we have the full vote. We can vote yes or no and then continue. The question can be called, but I think that some of that can be answered relatively quickly in a way that will be helpful rather than dismissed. My understanding, and administration can help me on that, is that the vast majority of high item lines in that area are dictated specifically by IEP needs, that there are things that are required based on paperwork that is determined by teams working to identify those students and identify their needs. And as such, it's not something that we can choose not to do. Shall we affirm it with them, since I could be wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I do see several comments about, increases due to the variances in cost of required IEP units of service. So
Yes.
it was unclear to me if those are sort of required contracted needs to fulfill IEPs, or if those are proposed numbers for what we think might be needed to cover those areas. It's unclear to me.
Thank you very much.
Well, any appropriation amounts in that area are based on current numbers, but also we have some idea during the course of the year how many students we might anticipate being in need of some assessments and development of IEPs, keeping in mind that the special education budget is a difficult budget to make reductions in, because there is a provision in the law referred to as maintenance of fiscal effort that we have to continue from one year to the next, or risk a loss in funding, in special education-related funding. Matt, do you have any?
Yeah, it's basically called maintenance of effort. So if you cut special ed a significant amount, and you can't match that up with significant drop in your special ed population, which we are not seeing right now, and we have not seen in the past decade, then you fail to meet maintenance of effort. If you fail to meet maintenance of effort, you've got a $1 million IDEA grant, American with Disabilities grant, signed into law by Gerald Ford, like 1970-something. Naomi, you probably know more about this than I do, which they were supposed to provide 40% of special ed services, but they never even came close to it. So you run the risk of losing $1 million if you start mucking around in special ed, because this is driven by IEPs. It's driven by the IEPs that we currently have and the IEPs that we think we may have. And if you start looking at cutting funding in that area, you run the risk of not making MOE. And if you don't make MOE, you kiss your IDEA grant goodbye, and there goes $1 million.
And I think
It's as simple as that. Because I fill out the form, and I get scared every year when I do it.
And I think, and again, I'm extrapolating here, so experts, please make sure that I'm correct on this. There is a requirement to seek out and identify disabilities in children. It's not simply when parents feel that it's something we should do. And so one can do a certain amount of predicting based on the proportions in a typical population one might expect in the next year, or what one might expect to find. Do those inform these numbers in some ways as well?
To a certain degree.
Yeah. I think these line items, as specified, they are critical supports and services that are mandated that we need to supply to students in need of them. I do know of some instances where we've had specialists come from far away, and I know I believe we compensate them for their mileage traveled to our district. I would just like to make sure that we are taking advantage of our local resources as appropriate versus maybe contracting through a previous familiar district. I've known some families that have had specialists come in from farther away, and I think there might be some opportunities where we had used local specialists, just something I would love the board and administration to look at and consider. However, I don't find that it would be appropriate to reduce this amount for all the previous reasons mentioned.
Does that address the questions? Do you have more?
Sort of. Could you help me to understand how if the expended amount for a prior year was much less than what's budgeted, how do you come up with that budgeted number, given the fact that the reality is you didn't use those funds?
Sometimes an expenditure in an account that is much lower than previous years or much higher on the converse is an anomaly. And so we generally try to look at 2 or 3 years of trends. It's like I always look at that issue, Jennifer, like enrollments, where you have a down year in an enrollment and somebody has a tendency to say, well, we can cut 1 or 2 staff members. We have to look at the following year also, so that what I'm saying is you look at multi-year trends and not just a single snapshot year, because that can be dangerous.
So I'm specifically just going to pull one out of the book, right? If I'm looking at 8331-30 SCP, psychological testing, high school, not picking on the high school, I'm not picking on special ed, I'm just trying to understand if in 2022 we budgeted 188,000, we expended 73,000. Last year, we budgeted 314,000. We're again budgeting 314,000. That's a big variance in the budgeted amount from the numbers from the prior 2 years. We don't yet have actuals for the current year, but I'm kind of in my head wondering, are we coming in well under that 314 again? And does it really make sense to have that budgeted number carry forward?
Yeah, unfortunately, I would not have that number tonight.
Yeah, we do have, go ahead.
They have to keep the numbers of those higher. The reason they're lower is because during COVID, a lot of those weren't expended because the students weren't there for whatever reason, so they're keeping the budget level. That's going to catch back up. Yeah, that was an answer there.
There is a document.
also-
I'd have to close down this in order to bring it up, and we are in the middle of discussion on a different motion, and I don't want to abuse that much further than we are. And that is, we were provided with 5-year, and that would provide an answer as to what it was across time. If I'm remembering correctly, when I looked at it, and I can't swear that I'm thinking about the right lines without looking at the document, the averaging across time is something that you can see when you look at the multi-year for these particular items. Yes?
Naomi, this was a question that we brought up when we met with Sarah Reinhardt for Special Services, because it was a significant jump, and we were curious about that. And she shared that she was seeing an increase in special education referrals in preschool through high school. So with the anticipated number of referrals that they are estimating based on what has been seen and what has been happening, she felt that that was an appropriate number. So we did see that as well, and we did ask the question, and I can share what she gave for an answer.
And we really can't question it too much, frankly. I mean, we can question whatever we like, but we can't really dig much deeper than that, because these are predictions that have to be made, and these are tests that have to be administered, and they have to be administered by people qualified to do so. So we, in some ways, we have to trust those who are doing their best to make those estimates.
See, special ed is the most volatile section in that entire operating budget. And in a blink of an eye, you can have 5 kids move in and you find yourself $1 million upside down, easily, within a blink of an eye. So that's why we try and tread lightly there. We try and do the best we can to figure it out. It's not an exact science. It's not even close to an exact science. But we are, by law, mandated to provide a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment possible. And that is the federal law. And we have to do, regardless of whether or not we have the money or not, we have to do what we have to do for those kids, because IEPs has the weight of law to it. So just be careful in that area.
Okay. So at this point in time, given that the motion is not on that topic, although I request and I appreciate that you shared it, I would say that those, if there is a desire to further discuss that topic, then you would vote no on the motion. If you feel that there is no need to discuss the topic, you would vote yes on the motion. Does the logic of that make sense? Okay. Is there any other discussion in terms of whether or not it's reasonable to move forward at this time? Did you say no, it doesn't make sense, or? I thought I saw somebody, yeah.
Is it for any topic or just that one specifically?
The way that I see this, and again, I think we're winding down, so I have suspended the lovely 15-minute, or we would have stopped quite a while ago. It is a time for you to essentially make your case that we should continue to discuss the budget. So it's not an opportunity to discuss those items necessarily, but to put forward items that you'd like the group to continue to consider. Yes.
I'll go after you.
Okay, so I was going to bring up the topic of our technology.
Yes.
And I wanted to have that be under consideration. So I don't know what's the appropriate action at this point.
Yes, so that is something for people to take into consideration with their vote. Is there any other discussion of things that people would like to continue to talk about, or anything else for discussion?
I will just say that that was going to be my topic of discussion as well. So
Excellent.
I think it warrants some conversation.
Thank you. Okay, the motion on the floor is to accept as the proposed operating budget the sum that was read, which is currently in orange on the screen behind me. It has been read into the record twice. If we pass this motion, we have concluded our business for the evening, other than small things. If we do not, we continue our discussions. All those in favor of approving the said sum, please indicate by saying aye or otherwise indicating. All opposed?
Yeah, they cut 100, they took the 100 grand.
That's right, yes.
Our contingency thing that the budget committee wanted, they took it out.
Get it? Any abstentions? One. Thank you. Keep it going. If we do this motion repeatedly, it'll pass at some point. Rachel.
Okay, I make a motion to level fund the budget with 8738-07, technology infrastructure improvement. Page 6.
Is there a second? Jennifer, a second. Rachel, would you speak to your motion?
Yes, and I know Jason's going to not like this. I know Shane is not going to like this. I know a lot of people are not going to like this. But by level funding, we still allow for $1 million to be spent on our technology infrastructure and capital improvement plan. Plus, there's some extras in there as well for the antivirus, backup software, network cabling, and phone system. So I know that would be having to prioritize some of the I'm guessing hardware that would go with the capital improvement plan. But again, just listening to the general sense of voters and stuff, I think it's important that we just look at maybe level funding something where we can.
What would the effect of level funding that be on the school board and/or the administration's ability to meet priorities, policies, things of that
I think
sort?
we have a couple of SANs in there. People know what that is, right? Storage area network, 60 grand a piece. It's where all the software resides. I think there's a couple there. I think there's a lot of switches in there. There may be cabling in there. I'm not sure the specificity of what that all entails, but, you know, it's up to you. We always have the ability to buy it anyway.
Lee?
I was the liaison, unfortunately, due to the meeting schedule that didn't happen in a timely manner. We did not get to discuss it in our group here. I will say, this is part of a 6-year plan. We are in year 2 of the 6-year plan. That plan is based on getting us to a place technologically where we should be already, and we're not. Which is why we've gotten into this kind of larger budget items for technology. There are also a number of issues with increased costs this year. Microsoft decided to change its rules. And it's a different line item, but overall, I'm just kind of giving you the broad spectrum picture. Overall, the budget is significant for IT this year. And again, it's a part of the 6-year plan that they've worked very hard to develop and get us to a place where we're in much better shape than we currently are. Dan was with me in that meeting. And one of the things that Dan always asks in the meeting is, what else can you see needing in the budget that you don't see? The response there was nothing. You know, he's tried to minimize as best he can everything that he needs in the budget without getting stuff that he doesn't. I'll just leave that there.
I wonder if our liaison could speak to where the 6-year plan falls in relation to your goals for technology in the district.
We need to have it. I'm sorry. I am very frustrated because the school board proposed a plan to cut $1 million from the budget. We asked administration to prioritize where they thought those needs were, and the committee is sitting here second-guessing those plans. They've been doing it for this meeting, they've been doing it for the last meeting, and we play catch-up in this district with infrastructure. That's what we're doing with the central office building, that's what we're doing with, I mean, last year we sat and bickered about furniture replacement plans where we cut and cut and cut and cut from now first we were doing 6 tables, now we're doing 4 tables, now we're doing 2 tables, and it's taken 1,000,000 years. We asked for what we needed. We told you what we didn't need, and you're ignoring us, and I'm sick of it.
You are aware that the amount that we're giving at the moment is still above what was requested, and therefore anything you wish you can fund.
I do. I'm
Okay.
just expressing my sincere frustration with the process.
What is your preference at this point, that we leave more money in order to have a higher number than you're expressed, or that we find areas to conserve in order to meet the number you requested? We have 2 conflicting requests.
My request would be that we end up with a budget that's the number that the school board requested. Yeah, but I just want to make my objection known that by choosing to cut different programs than we did, you are attempting to influence our policy decisions through budget making.
I would disagree. I understand that you're saying that, but you have full ability to move the money. So there is no influence that we can have over that piece. What we are doing is exploring where we see possible savings can be found. There is disagreement between where those possible savings might best be put, and that's absolutely true. but we're not restricting movement of the school board in relation to its policies one bit. We do need, I think that you just answered it, but I want to make sure I got the right answer, and that is, would you prefer we stop now and keep the differential, or that we continue to seek to meet the number that was asked for? Because those are two different paths.
It's a tough question for one person there. It's
It
not
is a
really
hugely
fair.
tough question.
That's what I'm thinking is that's not really a question I can answer without a vote of the board. So I'll leave it there.
You are a member of this committee with your own opinions. You can also not have, you may not have an opinion, which is perfectly fine.
Yes, and I respect my colleagues on the school board, and this is a decision of such a magnitude that I don't want to misrepresent their views. It's not fair of me to do that.
She also clearly stated she's frustrated, and I respect that and understand that.
Absolutely.
I have a quick question about technology, since it's on the thing. Doesn't this include our one-to-one per student and their technology budget and
Yeah.
things too? Yeah. So you can't meet the goals that the school board has set by looking to cut stupid things. So to support Naomi's frustration, last week we told them that they can't cut talented and gifted, and they can't cut world language. And now you want to take away their technology? Dumb.
Yes.
So I support the one-to-one, but I also think that we have some larger capital improvement type priorities that are scheduled over a 6-year plan, and that deferring some of those large items for a year does not change the fact that there is a plan in place over time to improve the technology infrastructure for the district, which it does not necessarily impact the one-to-one ratio. So I would support level funding this, given what the community has expressed in terms of their dissatisfaction with the high dollar amount that this budget is currently. I think that we run the risk of the community not approving this budget, and then we may end up with the default budget, unfortunately, because we're not being willing to look into some of these other areas that we could potentially be cutting. And in this case, this is something we can sort of kick the can down the road a little bit, meet the community's immediate need, which is to reduce this budget, and then when times are better, which they will be, we can look at putting some funds back into this 6-year plan.
So, let me put one thing out there, and then I have a number of people waiting to speak. Again, perspective in terms of our role as a committee. We have been provided with a plan. That plan is specific. It asks for specific amounts in order to achieve particular goals. So if we do not fund that, we are saying that we disagree with those goals. That is a different statement than finding money that may or may not need to be spent. I don't think we know at this point what the impacts of that cut would be. We don't know that the technology is not needed tomorrow. We don't know that it is. What we know is that it's infrastructure that has been told to us is required by the district at this time. Yes.
I call the question.
Okay. You're getting good at that too. Okay, the question has been called. That means a 2/3 vote to proceed. All those who feel we should continue, we should vote on the motion immediately.
You need your second.
Oh, second. Who's the second? Lee. Thank you. Thank you, Lee. You're doing all these seconds when I don't look your way. Okay.
But does Bill get to talk, say what he needed to say?
No, he's good. Okay. And the motion we are calling is that of level funding the technology line stated before this. Those in favor of calling the question, please indicate so. Those opposed? Okay, those in favor?
We're voting on this.
Of calling the question, yes. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. Any abstentions? Yes, if you're not sure, just abstain. No, it doesn't. Okay. I believe that calling the question passed. Therefore, the question is called. Those in favor of, remember the phrasing of this, in favor of level funding.
What does that entail as far as money goes?
That is a difference of 221,820, and so it would
Okay,
bring us to
'cause-
almost agreement. However, the principle of the thing is on the table as well.
Because I'm looking at the 6-year technology plan. Give or take a little bit, this is an old document that I have from Jason on my computer right here. You're looking at $290,000 worth of computer laptops, $30,000 worth of servers, $214,000 worth of Chromebooks, LCD projectors, $61,000. I'll skip a few iPads, $135,000. SAN storages, that's our storage area network that houses PowerSchool, Infinite Visions, all the real important stuff so it won't die and go away. That's $100,000. We're looking at $126,000 in switches, $15,000 in routers, $100,000 in firewalls, et cetera, et cetera. That's the type of stuff you're talking about.
Thank you, that is very helpful.
If we're going to drop that by $100,000, maybe we drop a firewall,
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
which isn't good.
No, firewalls are important.
At least they used to be, as far as I know, right?
They're helpful if you like to have your system intact.
And if I
Okay, we were
remember
mid,
from
we were,
Jason's presentations, though, firewalls include like all of the devices. So it's not just one device.
the question was called, which means if you are in favor of level funding, everybody understand the switch in that language? If you Correct. Yes. If you're in favor of level funding, please indicate now. If you are in favor. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion fails. Is there any further business people would like to put forward on this? Would somebody like, Bill?
Well, if you'll excuse me, and I have the greatest respect for everybody,
But
but I don't want to sit here until midnight again, people. I really don't. This is 9 hours of talking about this. If you're talking about concern over the taxpayers, which we're all concerned, we have a school committee approved, a school board approved budget that's 300,000, they're about less than what you're proposing. We've put a hell of a lot of work into taking a look at how programs operate, what people are doing and what people are not doing, and the services that we need to provide for kids. And as that clock continues to tick, I got to tell you, I get more and more frustrated over the fact that we put a lot of work into this. We know what we need to do, and what can I do to convince you to stay with that number that we presented to the school board and they approved? Otherwise, we're just going to keep going around. Look, please, I don't mean to be rude, because I'm not a rude person, but I just don't like sitting for hour after hour after hour with people just randomly proposing things because they think it should be cut, when you might not know what the hell impact that will have on our budget. And I don't mean to get really upset, but I'm getting upset, quite honestly, because I know the work we put into it and the pride that we put into it. So, look, I'm going to stop editorializing, and I apologize to each and every one of you who has been sitting here also. But I would like to see us come to a figure that we submitted to the school board and they approved. It's much less than what you've got on the table right now. If you're concerned about the taxpayers, then let's be concerned about the taxpayers, because we're not right now where we are.
Shane?
To answer your question, Bill, and I appreciate you being candid, that's how I am as well. My confusion is the school board the administration put together a budget. They came up with a number and they asked for certain stuff. Went to the school board, and the school board said, we don't think that's going to work. We need you to cut $1 million. Then you guys went back and you worked hard to cut that $1 million. My problem is I would argue that you originally thought you needed that $1 million. The school board asked you, and, you know, there's the relationship there. Obviously, the school board controls a lot, so you don't want to get them mad or frustrate them, and we want to work together, and I do too. The thing that I'm struggling with is we're pulling $1 million away from the kids. We do want to be prudent. We want to be fiscally responsible for the taxpayer. But as we just described, that's not a lot of money for the taxpayer at all. But it is a big impact to the kids. The French program, the teachers, these are real people that aren't going to be helping kids anymore, the kids in those. So I guess for me, that's my problem with just saying, all right, fine, take the $1 million, because I think the school board's driving you guys to pull that $1 million off, and I'm not sure it's going to matter. And I can see you shaking your head, so please correct me, Matt.
The task at hand, if nothing else, allowed us to take a look once again at all of our operations and really take a look at who was doing what, when, and how, with how many children, is there direct instructional contact or not. We knew that there were certain programs that needed to be corrected. And this, quite honestly, just acted as a little bit more impetus to get us to make those moves. French, you know, you've heard that minimal, and Spanish, minimal contact the way the program is structured right now. 2 people, and I'm, believe me, excellent, excellent teachers. This is our fault for a schedule that was constructed years ago, working half-time schedules, making full-time pay, okay? Is there an emotional attachment to the French program and the Spanish program? Yes. But empirically, which is the way we need to look at it, it doesn't make sense to continue it the way we're doing it. The same thing with the gifted and talented at the middle school and the high school level. Excellent, excellent person who we can use in another direct instructional application and role in the school district with minimal actual work in the gifted and talented area. Not her problem, our problem that we're trying to correct. The room, kids spoke eloquently, always have great respect for them. But the room is basically a kind of a visitation center for them, where they can get together and talk and collaborate, which is fine. But not under the guise of a gifted and talented program. We're choosing to prioritize at the elementary level, where there is more direct instructional work and pedagogical orientation towards gifted and talented instruction, all right? Once again, not talking at all about the staff members, but the way things have been allowed to kind of drift in this school district that we're trying to correct, okay? And so that, quite honestly, sometimes being asked to cut is not necessarily a bad thing, because it forces us to think a heck of a lot more thoroughly in terms of, okay, we've been talking about this, when do we make the move? Now is the time to make the move, okay? And that's the way I look at it. We're not going to harm anyone. We're not looking to harm the kids, because we don't think there's going to be a large impact on the kids, quite honestly. And, you know, it pains me to tell you sometimes that maybe sometimes organizations like school systems don't do things as efficiently as they should. That's the reality of it. And we're trying to correct that right now in these 2 particular areas, Shane. And I respect everyone's advocacy for those programs, but you got to know what we know and what we're planning to do to try and correct that.
So, Bill cannot close this conversation, nor can I. We need a motion. You can move for any amount you wish. If you want the names, the numbers for reference, the amount that was proposed by the school board is in the middle column. The amount we currently stand is in the end column. Any person in this body can move any number they wish at any time.
I move that we propose the school board number, 93,285,400, 848.40. My glasses aren't working that well tonight, to be the final budget number.
And I'll make a second.
Okay. Mackenzie, a second. Is there any further discussion? Gina? No. I have a quick thought. I have concerns, deep concerns about the last-minute cutting procedure. I have concerns about when we were given information, when we were asked to consider the information. Please understand that these quote-unquote cuts were made and given to us on paper for our working session without even 5 minutes before we went live to look at and deliberate and think about. And I know everybody knows that's not workable and it will be different in other years, but that is a ridiculous way to make a request. And it has led to the inability to have these kinds of discussions that would have prevented the vast majority of this. I still have concerns because of that these cuts are not necessarily measured. I hear your reassurance, and I think ultimately I will trust it. However, it's not what I would have preferred. I would have preferred to have the ability to truly talk in a way where I knew that your perspective was separate from the school board in certain ways and yet in agreement with it. And in this process, it's difficult for me to know that for sure. Ultimately, again, it comes down to simply you've said it and I will trust you at your word. But this process is problematic in this way.
No, I mean, may I just say, I just want to remind everyone, we lost 2 meetings. We were forced to not have a meeting 10 minutes before the meeting was to start because of a crime scene at Town Hall. And then we lost one because of a snowstorm. And so that's probably the main reason why you didn't get information sooner from us than you did.
That is part of it, and I want to fully acknowledge that. And even while I'm pushing back on this, to acknowledge that I completely agree that the school board has worked hard. However, we're more than a month later than usual. We have snow dates scheduled for every single one of our meetings so that this doesn't happen. I understand that 2 meetings were canceled. I think it is still possible to schedule to have canceled meetings and not to end up placing the budget committee in this position. And I think that's important.
And we did acknowledge that in our last school board meeting, and we mentioned, I know it's small comfort for this year, but we did say that next year we're going to have a schedule and we're going to schedule snow days for that very same reason. So no, we
And
don't want
maybe
this
in
to
2
happen
years
again
we'll have
either.
Congress, right?
Thank you. Jennifer.
Well, just to piggyback off of what Naomi said, it unfortunately puts us in a situation where it feels like this is a contentious process. Everyone is trying to do the right thing, which is, one, make sure that the district, the teachers, the kids, everybody has what they need. And 2, balance that, of course, with the taxpayers' wallets, right? We spent a lot of time sitting with individual committees to understand pieces of the budget. And then our process was supposed to be that we would come together and have this interactive discussion about these areas and then potentially be able to ask more questions like what I asked tonight, which was not, I want to cut this area, but I want to understand because I was not on that committee, maybe I missed that meeting, whatever, right? So we had a process designed where we would be able to gain a better understanding of what was put forth by the administration for a proposed budget, which might be some needs and it might be some wants, right? What was put forth by the school board, and then we would evaluate that and understand, not just unilaterally make decisions, but try to understand where those numbers come from and where we could strike a balance. So, yes, a couple of meetings were missed. The process was not followed. We received information at the 11th hour. We were asked to cut things that this committee had questions on, rightfully so, wanted to understand more about. I just think that it is unfortunate the way that it came to fruition because it does make this seem like this is a contentious process, whereas it should have been a collaborative process. And so I hope that we can, in the future, handle it in the way that it was meant to be handled so that we can make sure that we're partnering instead of feeling the way everybody's feeling.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Jen, and I don't look at it as contentious. I think we're all trying to do the right thing. We really are. It's very difficult, but this is where I look at it from the context of all the work that we did in really taking a harder look at our organization. So,
Chuck.
I've actually refrained from saying a great deal this evening, hoping that the process would move along more quickly. There probably isn't anybody here that has more service in elected office than I have. And I'm probably the oldest individual here as a resident in the town of Merrimack. I have a tremendous amount of experience about what this town has been and what it is. I am desperately hoping, under the able leadership of our administrative team, to reverse a great deal of the difficulties that we've suffered over the last 15 years. Sometimes I felt like I was a lone cry in the wilderness at the nonsense that had taken place. That's the human element. That's what happens in communities. Seen a great deal of it, and yet ultimately we have to hope that that which is good will endure. I'm sorry that it's come to this late hour with as much frustration for people here that they seem to be exhibiting. But it's a pretty straightforward process. There aren't two budgets. There's only one budget, and that's the school administrative proposal to the Budget Committee. That is the legislative mandate under which we operate here this evening, as frustrating as it may be to the school board members. There is no such thing as a school board budget, and we do our citizens no service by conflating the two as being equal or somehow or another competing with each other. We have a number of elected officials here, residents of the community, who ran for office and are participating under this rubric. I'm not suggesting that 12 is better than 4 or 5, but we have a mandate. It is the Budget Committee's budget to propose. Should we not act, then the school board, in the absence of our action, could in fact create a school board budget. But that's not the case here. And I'm sorry that this has all come to this. Things get a little out of control and they run on and you lose time and we've got deadlines and it's such an accelerated world to begin with and we're all under the gun. But the truth is, as the original pie chart showed, very little difference. I really don't know why we are arguing as if there are two budgets when there is only one budget. Anybody here can propose any motion. I think that our chairman has been exceptionally fair-handed and explanatory relative to the process, relative to the issues. She has discouraged no one and encouraged everyone. That is how it should be. Will next year be different? I hope so. I truly hope so. None of us are here to discourage the people that are working on our behalf. And yes, we all have opinions about what should and shouldn't be funded and so on, clearly recognizing that we have no control over policy issues. We're trying to give the community, through our elected representation, the best that our experience has to offer by our majority numbers in deciding the budget. I appreciate the anxiety that the school board has over the things that haven't been done for years and now must be undertaken in the face of significant pressure. I understand that, but does the town want to simply give up? I put more stock in the voters than that. I believe if we tell them the truth, if we tell them what they need to fund, that they will ultimately do the right thing. Is it complicated? Well, yes, it is. And it's complicated by all the other people who don't give us any quarter at the legislature. Our own representatives fight against us all the time, taking away our funding, hurting education. It's been a 40-year war in this state on education, dropping it on the backs of the property tax people simply because they want to balance a budget in Concord. So yes, we struggle with these burdens. We absolutely do. The people that are going to make a decision are the registered voters, not the taxpayers. The property taxpayers in Merrimack are a minority of a minority relative to the well-being of this community. The value of their homes is directly correlated to our sustaining prudent and equitable budgets to forecast the needs year by year and into the future of our school district and other municipal interests. That is what we need to focus on. That is what we need to do. I appreciate all the hard work that you people have done. It was I who wanted a contingency fund specifically so that if something happened to these three individuals, an appendectomy, a broken leg, a bad back like Matt has, that they would have the financial capability at hand not to miss a beat in hiring temporary administrative help or whatever it was that they deemed necessary. This entire district, all the buildings, all the students, all the staff, largest employer in the town of Merrimack, is on the back of these three people. People talk about, oh, well, we've got so many administrators and so forth. Yes, we do have a lot of administrators. That's what's necessary to conduct that kind of business in education today. We only have 3 superintendents, however. And these are the people that are carrying the ball. These are the people that are making sure that the administrators are on their toes doing the kinds of things they need to do. And I appreciate that they acquiesced to a very nervous school board, because if they didn't, they would have been insubordinate. But we are a different body with different experiences and an elected responsibility to say how we feel it goes, and we have the legislative mandate to back that up. We weren't respected in the past. We weren't respected 3 years ago. When I took over as chairman, the superintendent of schools, who is now no longer here, would not allow me to hold a budget committee on school district property. That's how bad it was in the past. People know that I'm a little active when I get up on my high horse for the right cause. And I made sure that every member of this committee had the equal opportunity to participate under the rubric of the legislative mandate that they ran and held office for. And I do that again tonight. There are not 2 budgets, there is 1 budget. Do we want the collaboration of everybody? We certainly do. But that's what we want. We want collaboration in helping us to make a prudent budget. If the school board thinks they can save $1 million, well, they have the prerogative of doing that. And they can return that as a surplus to reduce taxes. But I will tell you where that surplus goes, and it won't necessarily be to reduce taxes. It will be returned to the town general fund. And the town council will determine how much of that money is used to reduce taxes and smooth out their experience. So the school district gets it on the chops all the way around. But I know what my responsibility is here, and I know what the responsibility is of every individual on this commission. And that's what I want to protect, promote, and persevere with on into the future. Next year will be better. Thank you for tolerating me.
Next year absolutely will be better. To be honest, this year is not so bad. We're actually doing a pretty amazing job all around. We have a motion on the floor. Yes. Thank you, John.
I just want to ask a question. If we vote on this motion, that means we're going back to everything that the school board submitted to us from a...
Yes and no. Yes and no. We are choosing a number to put into the warrant article. Ultimately, we don't choose any line item amounts. Ultimately, they move whatever they want, wherever they want. We do line items in order to calculate. Okay.
And I just want to state for the record too, Naomi, I want you to know that there's a lot of frustration on a lot of different sides. I think we all have it. I can tell you right now that I am so frustrated, I'm just done at this point. And obviously, all of us being 11:15 at night, but there are things that need to change next year because this has just not been, on a variety of levels, a very cohesive or, process or what have you, but.
Duly noted. Mackenzie.
So I have a few thoughts. I know I'm the most young one on this committee and probably the least experienced out of everyone. And personally, I will vote no on at least our budget for this committee. I think it is extremely important that we do vote in favor with the school board on what they have proposed. We both have put in a lot of work this year, and we did serve as the liaisons for each of the schools. And I think as a person that's been out of the school district for 9 years now, and again, probably the most young and inexperienced person on this committee, I think because I'm both involved in the school as well as the town side, I think we also need to be, I do think we need to be realistic about what is on the warrant article this year and what is on the ballot. I think right now we're trying to get the SAU building passed. We're trying to get the MESA contract passed as well. And I think if we want to get both of those things passed, and we're thinking about the taxpayers and we're thinking about our students and we're also thinking about the educators, I think all of that is extremely important, and I'm not one to cut funds out of a budget. I am all in favor of making sure that we have the funds to serve our school district. But I think we also voted to add in $300,000. And I think, again, our school board as well as the budget committee have done a lot of work on the budget this year. We've met with the administrators based on their wants and needs, and they have expressed that. But again, I think if we want to get important things passed this year and we have some big things on the warrant, we do need to be realistic at the same time. We do have next year and we do have the year after. And I'm not saying it's not important to add back that $300,000. I think if it were my own decision, I would add back the $100,000 for the reading interventionist. I think that's extremely important, but I also recognize what is on the warrant and what our taxpayers will vote for. I myself am not a taxpayer, but I am an alumni of this district, and I live with people who pay taxes. So I do recognize the burden that all of that has on our taxpayers. I do recognize the needs of our students, again, and also the needs of our educators, and being able to retain all of the people who teach in our district. But I think adding $300,000 back in right now with the fact that the school board has taken that initiative to cut the $1 million out of their budget, has done their work. We do talk about the fact that we want to build a relationship with the school board, and I think we need to continue to do that. But I think if and I think I completely 100% have heard the concerns of this budget committee, and I do agree with it a lot. But I think if we want to build trust in our school board and we want them to form, if we want them to continue to form the relationship with, I think we also need to trust their decision. So I think my own personal thought is that I will vote to maintain what they have proposed for the budget. I guess the one thing that I would ask of the school administrators that are here now is, as you made these cuts, were there certain people involved that are part of these programs that you've spoken with as you've decided to make the cuts? And are they aware of them? Because I think if they're in support, that could help us maybe vote in favor of your budget, if you get what I'm saying.
Mackenzie, I wouldn't say they were necessarily in support, but out of respect for them, we always have a conversation with a staff member who might be affected by some budget decision. The worst thing that could happen is have them hear it secondhand or by surprise. We met with them individually and had those discussions.
Thank you, Bill.
So I'm going to give a quick follow-up here. I've been cautious in speaking to some of this, so I'm going to be perhaps more forceful than I should at this point in time, but I'm going to push it a little bit and say trust is a two-way street. And we have gone out of our way repeatedly over this budget season to accommodate other individuals, their timelines, their being behind, whether or not they're providing, which they're supposed to do under statute, materials to us in a timely fashion. I'm very concerned with the process side of how this went down. I will likely vote in favor of the current motion, but I'm not going to do it 2 years in a row. Next year, I need to have this. We will not look at materials that are given to us same day. We will not do it. We will work with what we've got, and if we move forward without certain items, we'll move forward without certain items. I'm willing to give that much trust to what we're being told by administrators, despite my concern that they cannot in some ways speak truthfully to us on this. So 1 year's worth. I'm willing to give on this, but be aware this is so problematic in the way that this went.
Do we just have the ability to retain the rest of the reserve funds without giving them back? Can we create a teacher fund or some sort of, no?
No, that's totally up to the school board. You have no say over that.
That really and truly is theirs.
No, my only issue with this whole thing is 2 years ago, we didn't retain any funds, even though I was a big proponent, and the school board said, for some reason, we don't want to, and, you know, it was like $4 million that we could have used. So here we are again, we had $500,000, we only used a couple $100,000 of it. I'm just wondering, like, what's the plan? That's the reason
I think a couple of years ago wasn't set up so we could retain it. That's what
Yeah,
we voted
yeah.
in
Well,
last year.
last year was the first year we retained
Correct.
2 years ago, we could've.
500,000. 2 years ago, we had a
could've.
year that we didn't do anything.
We decided
just
not
kind
to.
of let it lay for a while.
$4 million.
Yeah, correct.
A big lay.
Well,
But yeah.
the thing is, we only have the ability to retain up to $3.5 million. It's 5% of our net assessment, okay?
Right.
And so, but this year, we chose to retain 500,000. School board has the authority to do such, and they have the authority to spend the money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heather.
I'd like to move.
We have, go ahead.
Can I?
Please.
That we amend the motion. Can
Okay.
I share what I would like to amend?
Go for it.
To the proposed budget by the school board, I would like to increase it by $110,000 for the reading interventionist, line 8112.18. I have the utmost respect for this administration and our school board, and definitely support the direction that our district is heading, and I am appreciative of all the time and effort. I do feel that a reading interventionist is critical, and that we really need to continue what we've been doing with intervening and putting those interventions in earlier, because this will save us money down the road.
Haven't we already voted on that last meeting?
With this new motion. So in
Yes.
this new motion, that would not be in it.
So at this point in time, it's a motion to amend the full amount, not to change a line within it. So while you're technically in some ways correct, Ellen, if people are in disagreement, you vote down the amendment.
Do you need me to restate?
Give it a
No,
shot.
I got it.
You got, I
Got
think
it?
you're fine,
Okay.
yes. Is
It's
there
a
a
new
second?
position that doesn't exist, so it's not like we're cutting anybody out.
Sort us out, Pat. What did I do? Yes. Correct. Yes. Okay, we have a second from Shane. Okay, thank you. Gina?
First of all, I want to apologize for my first reaction when she called me 10 minutes ago when I scoffed. That was not professional, and I apologize to Naomi, Amy, Matt, and Dr. Olson. I guess I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. You know, the article that I specifically brought up was not, you know, a nilly-willy. I had met with the special ed. They could not answer my questions on that. I know it was a contracted service, so, you know, I just want you guys to understand that those are the thoughts that we have. It's not, you know, that we look through here and decide where we can cut, and it's not that we don't trust what you're doing. We have the utmost trust for you, but like Chuck said, I was elected to not just agree with the school board budget, but, you know, and especially based on the committees that I was on and the information that I had, I put an article specifically for what I was talking about. But, I mean, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that, and again, I didn't like my tone before. So, thank you for all you do. We do trust you. We really do. We just want our opinions to be, you know, respected. Yeah. Yes. Two-way. Yes. But I do appreciate all that you do.
And I would say all the questions that have come up in these meetings, like you guys uncovered some things that didn't come up when we talked about it, and that is incredibly valuable. And we do appreciate that extra depth as well.
Let's call the vote.
Okay. Well, we have an amendment, and we need to vote on the amendment. Okay, the new dollar amount is what we have there, plus, let me 1 minute. Wait, escape, the other one, yeah. This, have you got it?
We still have reserve funds that they can spend how they want, people.
And is equal to this plus 110,000.
Unless they spend them.
Where'd you put it?
June 30, those monies go back into the general fund to recreate
go.
another bucket
So-
of money that we can then pull from.
Thank you very much.
It's not a, it shouldn't be viewed as a supplemental budget going around the budget process. Yes.
Okay. The number currently highlighted has had 110,000 added to it to show a total. So we are voting on whether to amend the motion. We are not voting on whether this number is the one that, do you see the difference? Okay, so the vote at the moment is whether we wish to accept the amendment. All those in favor of amending, raise your hand. All opposed? Any abstentions? 6 to 6. What do we do when it is 6 to 6? Who did not vote? Dan left. Oh, it's Dan's fault. What is protocol when it's a tie? I can't break it because I'm part of it. I'm going to arbitrarily say that a tie at this point in time fails. Okay? Is there anybody here who thinks that that is not a useful way to go at this moment in time?
Nope, it's perfectly useful.
Okay.
I move to vote on the $93,285,848 as proposed by the school board.
Okay. The
Second.
number that's there, whoa. The number that's currently there includes that extra. We got to take it out first. No, it doesn't? Took it out. Excellent. You are amazingly fast. Chuck.
I just want to point out that in case of a tie,
Yes.
it fails for lack of a majority.
Thank you. That is the language I was seeking. But my instincts were right. Yes. Okay, now. Okay, so wait, back up. The motion to amend failed, but the original motion is still on the table. And the original motion was for that amount already, so it is the motion you're about to make is still on the table.
Call the question.
Okay, calling the question, we have a 2/3 vote. We'll move it to a vote. Those who would like to move to a vote on the motion on the floor, please indicate by raising your hand and/or saying aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Calling the question passes. We are now voting on we need to do this as two motions, don't we? First to put the number in the article and then to vote on the article. Okay. I know, but do we need the actual recommending the article language? Okay, but do we need to approve the ballot warrant article? Or when we give our proposal, is that implicit approval of the warrant article? Okay. Well, that's what I'm making sure. I mean, we made the district administration jump through hoops today to reach statute, so.
Yeah, do it 2 votes.
Thank you, yeah. Okay, so this particular one is to place the sum in question in Article 8. That is what we are voting on. Now, that is not the motion that was stated, that is my restating of the motion. Shall I amend it to make it clear?
As the author of that motion, I am cool with what you said.
Excellent. Okay. That is. Although I would again challenge your language on that one, yes. But it's late. Yes. Okay. Seeing no more discussion, those in favor of placing that number in Article 8, please raise your hand. We got. Yeah, we can have some statement votes on this one, I think. Yes. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. The number moves forward into Article 8. The next motion that we need, that I will put forward, is I move the Budget Committee recommend Article 8.
And I'll make a
Second? I'll take Jennifer as the second. The motion is that we approve Article 8.
And this is what's the vote that's going to be printed on the ballot.
Correct. With that number. Okay. 93,285,848.40, subject to rounding to custom.
Agreed. I have that here.
Great.
Have another Snickers.
I've eaten 50 of these, okay?
You want a flag? I'll give you a flag. It's Merrimack colors.
It's Merrimack colors.
Okay. We're getting close, folks. We can banter or we can go home.
I've eaten a
Yeah.
shitload of candy.
Yes,
What?
this is a roll call vote. I indicated rounded according to custom in the motion. Yes. Yeah, we're waiting on the roll call. Yes.
Yes.
Ellen,
Yes.
Heather,
Yes.
Jennifer,
No.
Shane,
Yes.
Naomi Halter,
Yes.
Gina,
Yes.
Rachel,
Yes.
Chuck,
No.
Mackenzie,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
and Naomi Schoenfeld.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10 yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions.
The motion passes, and it moves forward to the ballot, along with the recommendation. I will add one more word before we think. The first lesson I'm taking away from this is next year, we're populating those numbers when we meet with the divisions instead of waiting to the end. I think that will help as well, just as a little comment. We have member, please don't have member comments, folks. We have member comments coming up. One moment. Let's finish up our agenda. We have approval of prior minutes. We've got 4 sets of minutes.
If I can,
Yes.
there's going to be 2 sets of minutes that are going to have to be approved the night of deliberative session. We can do them all then. if
Can I
you'd
have
like.
a sense of whether the individuals here are comfortable waiting to approve all the minutes together?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. We are going to need to sign the MS 27 by February 26th. Does everybody know what that entails, or should I describe what it means? You need to go to the district office to sign the form that affirms our final number. This is not an affirmation that you agree with it, is an affirmation that is consistent with the outcome of the committee's work.
But 100% of the committee does not have to sign it.
No, we need a majority
We
to
need a
sign
majority.
it. But if each person thinks everybody else is going, we will not have it. Okay, there we go. Okay, the filing period for the open positions on this and other bodies is February 21st to March 1st. Our next meeting will be immediately after deliberative session on March 4th.
Everyone needs an ID for deliberative session, a
Thank you.
photo government ID.
Thank you.
I know, because I almost got kicked out.
Okay. Are there any?
Yes.
Yes, because the number may change, so we need to reaffirm what happens at deliberative.
And we'll approve all the minutes then, too.
Yes. Okay, and we need a quorum there, folks, so take it seriously. Okay. Any committee comments?
I keep it super brief. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
All in favor, stand up and go home.